Not work. Oh, awesome. Okay, that worked. I set up a few different things for my stream deck to see if that worked. That does mean you cannot hear the music that I'm playing, so I'm going to turn that off. And saying first overrides redeeming first, possibly. Okay, let's see. Oh, no, we're still on the talking screen. Okay, let's see if the Minecraft screen works. Testing the boutons. Does seem to work. Awesome. Love that. It's not nighttime, so that's good. So, okay, first, I'm gonna preface this. Is that you should see the game. I know I don't see it on my Twitch, but I have a feeling the dashboard's a little different. No, it says I'm offline. Let me reload that just a second to make sure it's doing its thing. Okay, now it says it's fine. Awesome. I got the rest of the house done. I'm gonna free cam. Oops, that's F5. Nope. I'm gonna free cam a little bit. I got all the houses done. All 12 houses are built and finished. I started the pathways. We have 2 ponds. And I think I'm going to simplify things a lot more than I was originally planning, and that is I want to finish the paths, and I want to put loads of grass down so there's at least some type of plant foliage filling out the area. And doing something like around the path, so I might do some like bushes and fences and lighting to make sure it's actually well lit along the paths. But I don't think I'm gonna do any extreme texturing. I've been working on these pathways for quite a while, and so my brain is like, I don't want to work on these paths anymore. And I'm still not 100% on whether or not I'm gonna build the tree, because my brain is like, this isn't the only thing I have to work on. So I know that means that I'm reaching towards the end of my brain capacity. So, but I have been working on this. Oh, I just realized that I should have pre-rolled ads at the beginning. So those are just gonna do their own things. Well, here we are, dual streaming. Wasn't originally gonna do that today, cause, well, normally I do it yesterday because I don't have to make dinners on Tuesday, which is super nice. And usually today I do have to make dinner, which I am making dinner, but it's less involved. Pretty much I'm at the point where everything is in the crock pot and I just need to heat up some water and put pasta in. So that'll be nice and easy. I also added kind of like this simple courtyard. I was gonna do more with it, but I think I'm pretty much fine with it the way that it is. I did a little bit of brick. It does blend in quite a bit, but I also didn't want it to be like super in your face or anything. I kind of wanted it to just blend in a little bit. And then we did some mixed terracotta, brown terracotta, cyan terracotta, orange terracotta, and light gray. So I like how it turned out. Do you think I want to put some benches here where these slabs are? I think I might want to place a few more benches. There's a lot of things that I would like to do, but I know my brain is like in a mental space of like, this just needs to be done. Also, hi Curtis, hi Wen, and hi Whiffs. I want to make sure to say hello and congratulations, Whiffs, on redeeming first. Oh, yes, yes, it does say that. Oh, paths. I've worked on them for too long. I've got this path over here towards this orange house to do that also leads to the skyscraper. And the kind of dual path that leads to this house. I did a little bit towards the house. But I actually need to get more packed mud. I think I'm good on brown mushroom block. I think we have quite a bit of that already. Yeah, I think we're good on that. I just want the path to be done. I'm okay with it being pretty plain. Mostly because I know I have a big build ahead of me that I may need assistance on. I only did this to myself. It's me. I'm the problem. Okay, we have some bricks, so I guess we'll go to the house and make this into mud. There will be a point where I'll need to dip for just a little bit. That way I can boil the pasta, which I think I already said, but exciting. I'm really excited to be done. Oh, also, one of the things that I did forget is I want to pass from this town all the way to the monorail building. but this is the path that I have for my house, and I kind of want to do something similar to this. I was gonna add stairs because I really like adding like stairs and buttons and leaves, but I think I might have to do something different than that because I don't know. Energy management. Gonna be tuning in and out, mostly lurking while I'm working. Well, thank you, Curtis, for lurking. Much appreciated. Also, I want to check how this is doing. A free cam over here, because as you can see from the massive shulker monster, this is for something in particular. I don't have the schematic enabled. I'm not going to enable the schematic because, well, that would kind of ruin the point of it. But it needs to be mined down to level 37. I want to say probably before the 5th episode that I did, like very, very early on. I had almost all the materials I needed. So as you can see from this section here, most of it is done. And in the sections where it's like, oh, that doesn't seem done, there's quite a lot of it that has been dug underneath. So it's actually, there's quite a lot that's been done. This is what I hired Shash and Kogi to do because I was like, I have to build the thing within this ring. I don't want to dig it. So, welcome. Welcome to the giant hole. Everything within this red border needs to be dug to level 37. Yeah. If you thought I was crazy, wait until you see what it is. I mean, I guess you can already imagine that I'm kind of crazy because this is my starter house. To be fair, I didn't think my starter house was gonna turn out like this. My plan, mostly the tree stump. Just wanted to add a few more details. Darn, there's still so much left to dig. There really is, and that's why I'm kind of like, I might really need help for at least the first portion of the build that is below water, because I know there's so many things to place, even though it's probably like the least important place. But I didn't want to just stick the top half of the build sticking out of the water on top of the water, because I was like, nah. No. Oh, I completely forgot I enabled my redstone resource pack, so that's why that says 0. Let's place all of this here, because we definitely need all of this to be turned into mud, because gosh darn it, I need a lot of mud. Oh, but I didn't grab... Oh, right, so this is the... I have to have one in one hand and one in the other. I do this. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot to dig. There's some days that I'm like, did I make the right decision? Was this not mean, but like, was I maybe asking for something a little too large to be done? I mean, generally I find digging pretty relaxing, but I don't know. That's what I want to make sure to mention. So I'm working on like the town bit, and that I'll stream, but once I get to that thing in the ocean, you'll probably see me just like not really streaming. I know I didn't stream last week, but that I was life stuff. I had events and stuff that I needed to help with, and it was mentally a lot, so I wanted to make sure that I could keep up with that. This week has been unintentionally similar. I didn't expect it to be the way that it is, but it is. So that is where kinda my brain shut off halfway through that sentence. The point I was trying to make is last week and this week was a little more than I expected, so but once I complete pretty much once the hole is dug, that's when I am going to be like, I'm going to try to hit the ground running with that particular build, because that I have a video idea for. It's not likely to be a long one. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to do. There's a lot spinning around in my brain. Projects that I haven't mentioned. Unchecked. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. John! Ah, yes, I remember when I was younger and my neighborhood kids would... Wait, I can't see this whole statement. Ah, yes, digging. I remember when I was younger and me and the neighborhood kids would dig a hillbilly pool in the backyard. Hi, Sonny! Hello, hello! It's about digging. Yeah. The way that I have my tabs layered, I couldn't see the whole statement, and that's why I was like, wait, I missed something. But yeah, there's just my brain space. I have a lot going on in said brain space, which I don't think surprises anyone. Oh, that's a... Nope. There. Fair enough. Yes, I have many tabs open. But yeah, I have multiple things. What's the server IP? Sorry, Moose, this is actually a content creator SMP, and, so it's really invite only, but thank you for your interest. Hillbilly pool. That's just a big old mud puddle, right? I think so. That's what it sounds like from John. John's on YouTube, and so sounds like it. Sounds about accurate. Sounds like something I would do as a kid. See, I want to use the shovel, but I'm pretty sure the shovel's way too fast to actually work in this machine. And that's why the water bottles just shoot absolutely everywhere. Also, I think I might be able to put this in here. No. No, it's another extra. Okay, well, I guess I'll put that in here. Just as much mud as I want. Or do I need to make more? A hillbilly pool is essentially you dig a hole in the background, then in the backyard, then put a tarp in so the water doesn't leak out. Turn on the hose, fill it with water, and bam, hillbilly pool. You know? Fair. Genius. Why get a fancy schmancy pool when you can have a hillbilly pool? Sounds like a fair assessment to me. Do I grab iron just so I can turn all of this into mud? I know I'm gonna need it. Okay, fine. Gonna go make a bunch of iron shovels. Fine. Ah, it's dark. It's dark. I can't see. Awesome. I'm just so ready to complete this town over here. I know it's so sparse. I don't know. Like, I knew I wanted it to look sparse. I didn't expect to build 12 houses and for it to still look so sparse. It was a nice neighborhood for sure, but pretty middle class, not many fancy schmancy pools, so we had to figure out something out. Yeah. I think for us, I wouldn't say our area was considered a nice area, but because we liked being in the pool, we had one of those above ground things, so we would take like this tool to basically like rip up the ground, get all like the clods of dirt and grass out, try and get it as nice and flat as we could, put a tarp down, and then fill the above ground. So it was one of those like round ones where you blow up the ring on the top and then you fill it. So we'd have that. But I can't remember if that was something that we got from someone else. I do recall quite a few times needing to patch that thing up because it got used a lot. So how many people have stuff to wrap up the season? I know Lane is done and Millie is close, right? Yeah, I think Millie and Misty. Ew, it's John. Hi, Ted. Millie and Misty need to wrap up lore. I have to wrap up my builds because I've actually been trying to wrap up these builds for quite a while, but life stuff definitely keeps pushing it back. So I'm just like, I don't want to hold people back. Shush, Dad, I'm sitting right. And let me think. I want to say there are a few people finishing things up, but I'm trying to remember. I'm almost to the point where I can be finishing up. Oh, it's been crazy. Yeah, that's been everything. No, I made wood shovels. Fine, we have wood shovels now. Gosh darn it. I didn't want wood shovels. I wanted iron shovels. I have iron shovels, but now I have wood and iron shovels. Couldn't hear that. My mic didn't pick it up. It was a sound, which I know isn't pleasant, but fine. Be fine. Yeah, I would say a fair few of us. Ted told me to come over here. Yeah, I'm dual streaming YouTube and Twitch. It's nice. A little more effort to get set up, but not too bad. Much of it is I want to make sure that when I'm streaming, at least on CraftWorks specifically, I want to make sure it's on YouTube so that I don't have to take the extra step to like download it from Twitch to put it on YouTube. Like, I just kind of want it already on YouTube so people can see it, because I know that I'm in such a time crunch that I can't edit it at the same time. So if people go back to see what happened, they can kind of follow that. Didn't happen the way that I wanted it to, but I think in the end I'll be pretty happy with how the season went. I'm gonna miss it so much, but I also know that it's... it is emotionally conflicting. To me, a wooden pick and possibly a wooden hoe are about the only wood tools worth making unless you're in a single biome world or some other unique situation. I started making a building for storing iron. I'm gonna have hoppers going all the way over to it. Wonder if... Man, this mud just shoots everywhere. I don't know. My brain is in conflict. I love this season so much. And so my brain's like, I don't want it to end, but I also know it's just... It's definitely time. I'm sure it's just... I have so many good memories now that I don't want to let go of those good memories. Wish I did better, learned a lot of lessons. It'll be... I just need to apply those lessons to the future. I think at all tools should be wooden except for mine, that way I can have all the power. Oh, John. That is such a John thing to say. Okay, we're almost there. I think I'm gonna put down the iron shovels because I have so many wooden ones. Kapattelfavet! Kapattelfavet Goddardon at Fagner Hedrisch Defentenheimen. His name has been said. I recognize the dog that is upstairs in the house. Do you always do that? Do what you're told, Ted? If he told you to enter cliche here, jump off a cliff. We do not condone unsafe behavior. But you know, if there's water at the bottom, then you know, it's a little less unsafe, especially in Minecraft. I assume you're talking about Ted. Which no, in fact, I do not just do what he tells me, I just did this because he said there were more people here. There are more people here. There's usually more people here. Usually. Well, isn't this absolutely enthralling? I didn't realize that I needed to make more of this mud. If you're not talking about Ted, I mean, I was pretty good at listening to my parents, if that's what you mean. There is... Blazers like Iron Man, he's bringing the party to us. Compelling gameplay. Sure, that's more than believable. Just... This is... Thing is, I've already done this about 2 other times. Though I think this time I might potentially be close to completing the amount of mud that I need. Much of it is the fact that I actually don't use a whole lot of jungle and brown mushroom blocks. If I used a higher percentage of those, they would go further, but that is not what they are doing, because, well, I didn't use as many of them. So the mud isn't going as far, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Yes, we're just getting the rhythm. That's what we're doing. We're making music here. It's got a beat to it. Yup. Just do all the Minecraft sounds. Actually, funny thing, so... Oh hey, it's a picture of a girl. Too bad I don't have... Oh, John. Oh, John. Ay, ay, ay. In time, in time. In time. Watch out, everyone, in time. Yes. In time, in time. Not mine, but his. As always. And clicking is actually getting less annoying because it's consistent. Okay, awesome. So, don't rush it, you got plenty of time. Exactly. My brain always jumps to the fact that if your brain is in a rush, then you're more likely to make a rash decision that you will not wish to have happened. So being satisfied where you are is a very good thing. Oh, but I mean, that is for just about anything. I mean, if you're not satisfied with where you are, you will not be satisfied wherever you go. So if you're constantly in a state of like, I don't like where I am, like, I'm not saying you have to absolutely love every single thing and, you know, everything is good and all the time, but it's more of like, if you can't learn to be satisfied wherever you are, then having more of anything will not make you more satisfied. What is love, baby? Don't hurt me, don't hurt me. Oh. So they're the same age as my kids, none of them are married yet, no. Only one has a significant other. Yeah. I mean, my friends are... Well, no, I was gonna say all my friends are similar. No, most of mine are married enough kids. But not everyone's the same. I mean, some people get older and it's okay. Tis okay. Okay, now I need to make packed mud. But yeah, I do kind of feel like it's more important to be happy in the present, like, life changes and you can't learn to be happy wherever you are in life, then it just sets you up for more difficult circumstances and making more rash decisions. And that's definitely not fun. Okay, is that everything? It's definitely not going to be enough materials. I'll definitely need more, so I'll have to go grab wheat. But one path at a time. What path do I want to complete next? Weirdly enough, I want to mark out the path this way. It's so far, though. One thing at a time. One step at a time. Not going to be complete in a day. Even though I don't want to consider this, it may take me multiple days. Didn't get married until I was 27. Had stuff to work through before I had to get the guts to make it even happen, but it's never too late to find a great spouse. It takes time. And that is fine. I love paths. I dislike paths. They exist in the same moment all the time. I love them because they really bring a place to life. I dislike them because they are time-consuming and arduous when you realize that you have to place tons of them. It's one of those details that, when present, really it can kind of make or break an area when you have lots of different builds going on at the same time. It's a detail that can feel underappreciated, given how time-consuming it can be. I think that's why sometimes I dread paths. This could also simply be the fact that I'm kind of over it. Because a lot of times I do actually really like building paths because it's something that doesn't take a lot of concentration to do. But when you're needing something stimulating, a bit harder to come to terms with. So I'm not sure I would say I need something terribly stimulating right now. My brain is just tired. Plainly put, it's just done. I'm just ready. I'm ready for the next step. My brain. Maybe we put these here instead. Wait, I missed something. Do we wait here with all the... Oh, wait. Oh, geez, I missed so much. Well, since you're making mud, how about making a mud bath? If you wait here with all the advice being made, you'll probably just be able to order a pre-built significant other from Amazon. True. No thank you. Haha. Yeah. That's a really nice close rack over there. Well, when you're tired, you're hungry. Ads. Ah, ads. Aren't they the most wonderful thing? Some of the most wonderful things. Not ads. It is not one of my favorite things. This one will actually be a little bit more difficult to do, so I'll make sure to do all the empty spaces first. Anyway, sorry. The point of the paths, I'm gonna do the paths, and then once the like basic part of the paths are set up, I'm gonna bone meal all the empty areas, so at least we have like plant material, and it's, as you can kind of see, it's pretty much gonna look like a giant flower field, but also with lots of grass. And then I want a path that makes it to the monorail building, since this is kind of supposed to be the transportation system. or a form of transportation, the other form of transportation being the nether portal. That's why it's in the center. I do realize now that given how many houses we have, like I know technically we have 12 houses here, I could probably add like 6 more. Like I could add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could probably squeeze in a few more houses. Just like there's just so much empty space, even if it would require me terraforming, because on this map, like they don't look super far apart, but I realize in person they are kind of really far apart. Like they almost all look like farmhouses without being farmhouses. Oh, you're back. Awesome. I was just talking about how I could have probably fit like 6 more houses. Oh, I got. Oh, yeah, we back. Awesome, awesome. I was talking about how one, I want to put a path up here because this is like a second type of transportation system with the nether portal. So the nether portal is the primary one, this is the secondary one. And I could have probably added 6 more houses to make it like fuller. Yo, what's up? Right now I'm trying to finish up this town. So paths and grass. I think we should pay a major city from the US and we should put a major city in Minecraft. In the US in Minecraft. I know that would be a ton of work, but fun. I think there are a few people that have already done that. The Wild John, Ted. Yeah. Present. Okay. I need to focus. Random path stuffs. I wanna get a ton. I'm gonna say a ton done. I really want to get some of this sorted because this has indeed been I've needed to get this done for quite a while. Ah, come on. Bum, 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 bum. Then backmud. Yeah, this is the little town. The houses are really spaced out. There's kind of like all these fields. I'll need to put in lighting. I'll put in paths, which I might need both fencing and lighting, which I'm kind of not looking forward to because I also know there's just so many paths that I know that's also going to take a really long time. But oh man. Only out for a second. I thought those cakes on your hunger bar were Mario mushrooms. Is Archon really that major? Maybe Cleveland? That would be also cool. It's called Build the World. It's a 1-to-1 scale replica of the planet. It's funny the way I read that is you shout the Q in Q and G and gone. Oh, talking to Ted. I think Oda was participating in that. I have no clue. But yeah, there's the thing with that 1-to-1 scale of world and loads of cities and stuff. Let me just say, I dread you for the time being. I know that is simply because I've had to do so many in such a short amount of time. I appreciate the contribution you have to building, but I must say, at this point in time, you've become a frustrating, tedious detail. But I still appreciate the contribution you have to building. Oh. Sabbath time. Oh look, it's a clothesline. I don't even know if I'm gonna build a tree there. I still have to think about that. That is still something I have to consider, because I do want to, but yeah, there's just a lot going on. Honestly, the pathway looks like it's going to be sick. I think I'll like it-ish. I was gonna do the whole stair thing that I did with the other pathway and rooted dirt, but I can't be bothered with doing all the rooted dirt because that does take a really long time for me to do. Though I guess the benefit is what I could do is I could just place the dirt and then bone meal the azalea bushes in place and then chop it down instead of making all the rooted dirt and then placing it. So basically the dirt would be, I might be more sparing with the dirt than I would be if I just had it in hand. Like if I had it in hand, I might be less sparing. Ugh. Slopes. Can you tell I'm having one of those really spent days? I don't know if you could tell or not. Oh. I appreciate everything that I have. It's just some days are harder than others. And today, one of those days. Okay. Ah, yes, it's been a long day. That is... yeah. There's some... hard to explain. It's like, it doesn't take much to make a day feel like a long day. But I know that is... Everyone agreed with that. Yep. Yeah. Do I like this pathway? Yes, it's fine. It's fine. You just need to do it. It just needs to be done. This is not the time for me to be hemming and hawing about every single detail. It just needs to be complete. Complete is the goal. That is the goal. Complete. Complete the pathway. Realize I don't have any more brick. Complete the pathway. Complete the special build. My brain. Just thinking it. No, you can't think about the editing because you're still on the building. My brain has a hard time not jumping multiple steps ahead. It likes to jump lots and lots of steps ahead, even though I know that I can't be doing that to myself, because it doesn't contribute to anything when, like, I can go into circles, but going into circles with it is just not helpful. It doesn't do anything. I have to remind myself, don't do that, because it actually doesn't contribute any to what you're doing. Okay, broski, I gotta get going. I have a good stream, everybody. See ya, Ted. Thank you for joining the stream for a little bit. I know you got stuffs to do. Thank you for being present. Is much appreciated. Better? I think so. This does kind of like round out the path this way, but I don't mind that. Even though it feels a little weird. Because then that does this. And it makes the path kind of wide. But I can fix that. I do as well. Off to church for me. Good to see ya. Glad to finally be returning to streams. See ya, Ted. Sorry, John. I mean, bye, Ted, but also bye, John. Later, Ted. See you, John. Don't eat Ted this Friday. Bye, John. Oh. All of us are all kinds of wacky. It is wonderful in all different sorts of ways. Is this right? Yes. That feels about right for a path. This, do we want this to be a full block? I think I want this to be a full block. Like this. Bam, bam. Oops. Bam. And around mushroom. Nope, that's mud brick. Boop, 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 boop. Ahoy! Hello, AK. Appreciation. Welcome, welcome. We are currently putting in pathways. This is all. Currently, at this very moment. It is an arduous task. There's much to do. Still much to plan. Okay. That pathway is fine. It needs to be done. Needs to be done. Oh, too steep. Also, it's getting to the time that I might have to quickly pasta. I think I I might have to quickly run downstairs and get some water boiling so I can boil some pasta. We're having sausage and meatballs for dinner. So I already got the meatballs set up in the crock pot and I just need to make pasta. Oh wait, and we have garlic bread. I can also do that. That'll just be a little bit later once the pasta has already started, and I'll have to set a timer. This is why usually when we're having dinner, I try not to stream at the same time because the time that's like optimal is kind of like smack dab where I have to make dinner. So if it's anything not complicated, but if it's anything kind of, if there's multiple steps that I need to do all at the same time, that kind of makes it tricky to do in conjunction with streaming. So I'm gonna quickly put a pot of water to boil so that when it boils, I can make pasta. Oh, and preheat the oven. Okay, so I'll do that. Preheat the oven, start a pot of boiling water. I will be right back. I will put you to the BRB screen, and I think I'll give you some music to listen to. So I will be right back. BRB. Okay. So, did also get a little bit of news while I was setting up the preheating the oven and putting to boil 2 pots of water. Well, basically I'm gonna need to help with something Thursday, Friday, depending on how things go. So I may not be streaming either of those days. Also, I had a hope that I was going to finally work on the terrain for that area. Doesn't sound like it's gonna happen. So I'm also now questioning whether or not I'm gonna finish the pathways in the way that I want to complete them. At minimum, they need to be spawn proof. Bare minimum, I want this area to be spawn proof as much as I can. I'm sure there's going to be something that I'm going to miss, but I might not be able to complete things in the way that I wanted to, which continues to happen. It's unfortunate, but I also just got to roll with the punches. So something that I was still thinking about, but as time goes on, I am considering more and more, is setting up not a task per se, but I'm considering putting down a sign in 2 places, so in front of this building and inside the cave entrance that's over here, essentially saying I had ideas for these areas. I didn't get to complete them the way that I wanted to, but if you happen to be one of the, as we progress towards the end of the season, we do world downloads. So my consideration was putting down a sign and essentially being like, hey, I didn't get to finish these projects, but I would love to see in maybe the community Discord, your, how would I describe this? Your interpretation of the space. Like maybe I give a bit of a description of like what I had in mind, and whether you decide to go with what I originally had in mind or not doesn't go for or against it, but just kind of being like, hey, we have a community Discord. We would love to see, you know, what you do around here. Not everything gets finished, and it would be kind of cool to see people kind of finish the space. It feels so weird talking about this season ending so soon. It feels like it just started. It really does. Oh, look. Oh, enjoy your lurk, Unchecked. He has gone to Battle Bobbit, the Dorbin Dobbit. I've only just added that command, so that Flabattle Bobbit, the Dorbin Dobbit. That is that's a tongue twister and a half. Good gracious, why did I do that to myself? Oh, I love it though. Yeah, it does feel so weird to be like, it only just felt like we started and now it's like we're getting to the end. there was, you know, so much I had planned, so many things that I like didn't end up doing because I was like, well, I know that I can't finish this. Like there were a lot of things that I had to say no to, even though I really didn't want to say no to. But I think a lot of us learned a lot of lessons, and it has been a really great experience. And yeah, so anyway, sidetrack. My point was, I'm thinking of adding either a book or a sign basically saying, hey, this was my idea for the space. You don't have to run with this idea, but this was the original idea of the space. I never got to the point that I could do anything with this space. I would really love to see what you guys would do with the space. And, you know, we have a community Discord. If you want to, I guess, build something that is like a favorite, maybe I'm gonna say favorite memory, but that it's, I guess, your interpretation of the space, or, you know, something along those lines, I think would be cool, so that you maybe potentially when the world download goes up, you might see something like that where it's like, it's a not finished space, but it's kind of like if people want almost a task to do within the world, that's something to oh, I just realized that nope, that's the wrong button. Is it this one? Nope, definitely not that button. Is it this one? No, that one? No, no. Uh-oh. Phew. I thought... What key was it? I'm trying to remember what key the streaming thing is. Saying favorite memory isn't far, but Joy calling out Gordon Ramsay is my favorite by far, but that sounds like a really cool idea. I think the challenge would be a cool thing to include. Yeah, like hotkeys, am I right? Yeah, it's, I know there's a hotkey for this. Oh, I can't even point to it. Like there's the dot at the top of my screen. I can change that, and I've forgotten what that hotkey was. I thought it was, oh, open in streaming. It was the letter U. I don't know if that's the default, but that is the letter that it is on for me. Is this supposed to be a direct path or an indirect path? I think this is supposed to be a direct path, but I never like truly cut out the path, because I felt like it was kind of weird and I didn't know how to quite flesh it out. That command seems to be going off a little more frequently than I wanted it to. I have it set up where it's an either or command, I think. Like, you can cause it to happen. Tip for lurkers: if your browser supporters mini player, then you can open the mini window that is displayed over chat and then listen to stream through the app. I didn't even know that was a thing, and that's amazing, and I need to use it. I'm sure that they will fix that. It might be a bug. It probably is. I'm sure they'll fix that, but that's amazing because of, yeah, like, I don't know. Ads are, I understand the point of ads, but they do get really obtrusive. Like, I don't know. I think I remember somebody being like, well, you know, it wasn't like we didn't have ads when we were younger. Like, you have a 30-minute kids show and like almost 30 minutes of it are also ads. It's just, you get one chunk, then a following chunk. Like, you get a chunk of ads, chunk of the show, a chunk of ads, chunk of the show. Ads on YouTube are one thing, but not in a live stream. Exactly. So, like, at least with YouTube, well, for one, the amount of ads are less than, say, like TV. But then the difference between Twitch and YouTube is, you get the ad and the video continues, whereas the ad, you have like some banner ads that are like a little obtrusive, but like not that big of a deal, because they don't prevent you from hearing what people are saying. And then there's like the really obtrusive ads where it's like they put it in a teeny tiny window that you can like barely see anything and you can't hear the person at all. So the stream is continuing, but you're going to miss out on stuff. That's an insane bug. Thank you for the insight. At least with Kids Show, you didn't miss anything because of the ads. Exactly. Like, and like part of me gets it where it's kind of like, well, you're literally streaming, like it's happening the moment that it's, if you watched an ad and you want to stay on pace with everyone else, you do have to miss like however many minutes the person is doing something because of that. Otherwise, you're not live. So in a way, it's like, well, it's kind of inherent, but at the same time, it kind of stinks. Doesn't make it stink less. It's just, eh. It's like, oh, that's not fun. It makes it make sense. Doesn't mean I have to like it. But yeah, I get it. Okay, well that path is done. We're almost done this portion of the path. Once this path is done, then we have this one, which is a bit longer, and then I also want to set up one. Okay, so the question is, do I think I have enough? I think I have enough time to do leaves and fences. I don't think I will have enough brain energy and time to do like full-on lamp posts. I might have to just make a bunch of lanterns and kind of plop them on the fences. And make it like super simple instead of like the full-on lighting that we have in the town center. And though I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it because it feels kind of like a cop-out. Just like, we could just do like this thing. But at the same time, I know the other things that I need to get to, and those are the things that are like super important to me. Not that this isn't important, it's just to allow adequate time between the two is necessary, which means I have to make sacrifices in other places. After all, I still have to bone meal the whole area. and put benches. I never got to give everyone a yard. Like each individual house. You could do some really nice lamp posts that are really basic stuff. My favorite is 1 wall, 2 fence, 2 trapdoor, a hopper, and a slab. Those materials make an awesome lamp post. Yeah, I have a few of those where it's like a wall, 2 fences, 2 trapdoors, or maybe like a wall, 2 fences, and then a wall because the wall and the fence don't connect to one another, and then putting the lantern on the bottom of that wall, and then the 2 trapdoors or the 2 slabs, because yeah, I could still do that. I'll definitely have to make sure I space them out right. But that's what I mean by lampposts. Or sometimes they're on a block, then a wall, then 2 fences. A lot of variations. Again, I love doing those. I'm trying to think of the best way to make this like super fast. I know. It's not like it would make it lame looking. Just, I have a mental picture. And I know that it doesn't achieve the mental picture that I have, but that's okay. It's okay. Not everything turns out the way you want. Oh, I'm gonna miss this world. Oh, the world cries for me. Like, I'm gonna miss you too. There. The timing on that was comical. Rain, yes. Yeah. I feel like I missed a bit when I wandered off to eat as the water boiling begun. Yes, I have started. Oh wait. I mean, I have started the pot of water. I don't know if it has started boiling. I really should have set a timer. I'd imagine that one of the pots is probably boiling. I don't imagine the large pot is boiling just yet, which I just realized. I probably should have put it on a lower temperature because that one's probably going to run out of water sooner. But I'd imagine both the heat is going to be kind of done around the same time, and I think both the garlic bread and the pasta will be done about the same time. I don't think they take much longer than one another, so I will have to dip for a shorter amount of time when I go to do that. Scary roommate warning. What was I gonna do? I need brown mushroom blocks. I used a whole bunch. I know that I could also be using dripstone, but from what I remember, that was one material that I was like, maybe I shouldn't use it because we don't have a ton of it. And that was one of the ways I was like, I could easily go broke if I did that. So I guess going broke at this point in the season isn't a bad thing. Oh, I also need to remember. I need to remember that I want to make sure I guess this isn't secret, but I want to trim my armor before the season ends. I know I haven't named my armor. If I can name my armor, I want to name my armor. But I want to name the armor if possible, and the tools. I want to trim the armor and I actually have a place in mind to put my tools and armor. And I'm gonna like empty out my ender chest too, so you have access to all those items, since technically lanes of my storage is the same, but the stuff in my ender chest is not the same. Pretty sure easy to farm. Shouldn't someone have made a ton of dripstone? So it isn't that we don't have a ton of dripstone, like the farm isn't bad, but I think the amount that I would want to use, given the size of the paths, I don't fully know how much it would cost me to get like stacks upon stacks of dripstone. What pattern and color do you have in mind? It was just going to be kind of like these brown paths here. It was probably going to go along the lines of like the packed mud. I don't think I'm actually going to add them in, though. Might be interesting for what? The fence post? Not the fence post. Yeah, which trim were you thinking for your armor? Oh, the armor. So, this is gonna sound corny. First off, I want the colors to match these buildings. Vaguely. So basically, I'll probably use something like diamond. I can't decide if I want to start from here this way, like helmet, chest plate, pants, boots, or the opposite way, but basically diamond for the teal building, resin or copper, depending on how the other materials look, gold, and I don't remember what I was thinking for the nether one. I can't remember all the materials off the top of my head, but basically something kind of like nethery themed if I picked a material. And then I would also want the trim to be thematically the same, vaguely. It'll be a little tricky because of the themes that I chose for these buildings, but basically the teal building would be the ocean monument one. The orange one might be the Vex trim, because technically resin comes from the pale oak. Pale oak spawn in a dark oak. Dark oak, the mansions spawn in the dark oak. I know, it's a bit of a jump in logic, but that's like my line of thought. The honey one, so the gold one, I could make it the snout trim, but I could also make it the sentry trim for the illagers in the plains. That one I'm kind of shaky on, where I don't quite know which one to choose for that one. I could also go for what? There's another trim that's in sand. I think there's a different trim in the boats. But again, that one's kind of like a shaky one. I'd probably rather go for something like the sentry trim. I might just have to pick whatever I like for those ones. And then the nether one, I think not the rib trim. It's the one in the nether fortress that I'm thinking of. I think the rib trim, that one's the one underneath the mountain. Basically, I want them to be color-wise the same, and then I'm trying to get them thematically the same. I don't know how ugly that would be. No, you got it right. It's the rib trim. Okay, it is the rib trim. Awesome. So, rib for the boots. Not coast. Coast is the one that's... I mean, coast could be for the pants, but I could also do snout for the pants because I'm using gold. So it's still yellow. So that would make it two nether-themed ones. The orange one, I think I would go for Vex. And... I forget the other trim. The trim that's in the ocean monument. Oh, I think the other idea was maybe doing a end themed one for the yellow one, though that one also is kind of a stretch because I don't think I used any end stone in that, and it's quite a different color than the yellows that I used. So also kind of a shaky one to use something like eye. So that one I'm still thinking on. I probably need to look up online all the material things and the different types of trim and see what would actually look decent. Oh, that's all that I wanted to place. No, it wasn't. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna need more wheat. Ugh. Oh no, does this look good? I mean, I can see the houses glowing in the distance. I guess the paths will be a little more significant once I put some bushes and fences in the lampposts. It's a little funky because I have frog lights in the ground, so you see them, like you see those glowing. Oh look, rainbow! Can I zoom in? Yay! I just want to view the magnificence of the rainbow. Doesn't last long. That's so pretty. It's slowly disappearing. But we got to see it. Just gotta remember the little things. I will say, I really love the view of the skyscraper from here. It was something I was kind of uncertain about, and although unfortunately I never got to do the interior, I actually really love the view of the skyscraper from here. And I can see the rainbow from Millie's house. I can see the monorail from here. I can see the geothermal plant over here. If my render distance were higher, I'd be able to see even more. Like, I can see the bridge. I love, well, technically that's for the monorail. That's the... I don't know. Emotions. The one rainbow may have faded, but the Millie bow remains. It does. Okay, maybe I was being a little harsh. I'm really... actually really do like this area. I guess sometimes I have a hard time with leaving things plain. I love, you know, all the crazy detail, and people do such amazing builds that sometimes I'm like, but I want like all these crazy details that you don't notice until like way later, and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed that the first, 5th, 20th time that I looked at this build. Like, I love seeing those intricacies. It does get overwhelming, but I love being able to see that. No, we have details at home. Yeah. But I also do realize that not everything needs to be absolutely wild with detail. And there's something to be said about subtlety. Like, the types of things where... the types of builds that don't demand or command your attention, that aren't the sorts of things that, oh, hi, sir. Let's not die here. This would be totally embarrassing while people are online. The one person that kills 3 withers dies to 1 army of these guys. Oh, visitors. Yeah. My HOA. All of my houses are up to snuff. No need to squabble. Normally I don't have that issue, but normally I don't take that much damage. Maybe it was the fact that I have Elytra on, and so it kind of makes me more, like, bouncy. Oh, also I have Elytra on, which means I don't have my chest plate, which allows me to take significantly less damage. That's also the case. Okay, I wonder if I should check the boiling water, because I definitely don't want the pots to go dry. And I don't think they really take that long to get to boiling. Also, it does seem that I need wheat. I like its official Ren's work at texturing the dock recently, from Zero to Hero, talking about the little details before the HOA showed up. So question, are you an Elytra always on, occasionally chestplate, or regular wearer of both? I guess I don't know how to answer, because generally Elytra on unless I know absolutely I need to be wearing a chest plate. Like if I go into the Nether, I'm wearing my chest plate at all times, unless I need to travel, unless it's the Nether roof, which is really safe, or we keep it really safe, or I'm trying to think of another circumstance. Like, we keep the Nether roof pretty safe, so I will keep my Elytra on pretty much the whole time. But if I plan on exploring on foot and I need to battle things, then I will absolutely have a piece of armor on. Especially if it's close quarters, because I will accidentally die if I am and just I'm like, oh, it's close quarters, but I can totally do this on my own, and I would just definitely go splat. So mostly Elytra, but I definitely have good reasons to absolutely have a chest plate. I have recently experienced that. Oops, that may have been spoilers. It's fine. It's fine. Also, spoilers are fun. I got a chuckle. I'll take it. It is hard to not, like, to have plans and things, or to be working on things, and you're just like, I want to say stuff and things because I'm excited about it, but also I kind of can't. Because it's meant to be a surprise. Yeah. Oh man, and I edit so slow, so it makes it so difficult. Though I will say I'm kind of surprised at myself that I haven't ruined the surprise that I've planned for like since the beginning of the season, but I've probably drilled that into my brain so much that it's probably the only reason that I haven't spoiled it, is that I think about it so much. Which kind of sounds very contrary, but I mean, my brain is just so on top of the fact that I need to just not. Ooh, surprises! I love surprises. The anticipation is like the best part. It's the worst part and the best part. It's the worst part because you're just like, but I want to know. But the anticipation is also like 100%. If you compare the anticipation with the like having the thing, the anticipation is definitely the better part. Not that having the thing is bad, it's just the anticipation is just so different. It's almost like the anticipation is anticipation itself is the gift, because you get to be excited, but you just don't know, and so you get to be like super extra excited. And then the gift or the thing is like the relief of the excitement. Ooh, surprise. It's gonna feel wrong when you finally tell us the secret. It will. It'll be weird. Because it's something I've planned for so long. It's, I don't know, makes me happy. It's becoming nighttime, but at the same time I can't just leave the field because my bed is all the way far away. Oh, now that is one thing I wish I did a better job at with this field, was making it more mob proof, but it's a little tricky because we got pumpkins and melons. I can't remember if they spawn on those, but there have definitely been mob incidents, and it doesn't help that the area is surrounded by a dark forest that never got lit up, and I so apologize. I had beautiful, wonderful intentions, but never got to complete said intentions. I had plans. I had goals. I had dreams. But sometimes those don't happen. A lot of times they don't happen. I know I need to pare back. Kinda reduce the amount that I want to do. Or not want to do. The things that I commit to. So I can really hone in on doing a really good job at the few things that I do. Like, make it fewer, but really, really, really hone in on what I do, making it really completing projects. Many lessons learned. There's an Enderman. I saw his glowing eyes. Oh, that goes off very often. Actually, I heard my phone go off. I wonder if... No, okay. I was just checking to make sure it wasn't someone that was saying the water was boiling. What are your thoughts on going into next season of CraftWorks? Anything got you especially excited about next season? Yes. 100% yes. I have things that make me so so happy, so excited. Those are the words that describe how I feel. I think there's a few times that happens that is excitement, yes. Yes, that is. I think there's a few times in video that I might have kept those in. I can't remember how many times, but I think there are a few times that I've kept those into certain videos because that just expresses how excited I am for things. I think that was, what is this, or something about a base buddy. Base buddies. I wonder. I have loved having a base buddy this season. I loved having a base buddy this season. Ah, zombie. Okay, let's see if I can kill you without you ruining the field. Awesome. You know, base buddies, they're a wonderful thing to have. Keep you accountable. In lanes, in my case, neither of us reel each other in, and it's the best of worst combinations. Smite Sword are underrated. They are. Huntus, Hut, language, Jabba the Hutt, Star Wars. Yeah, I did not get the reference, but now that you've explained it, I understand. Yes, Space Bunnies. That is a thing that has been alluded to before. And I'm excited. Star Wars? Yes. I don't know a lot of Star Wars things, so Star Wars, Star Trek, most cultural thingamapop culture type of things, those will go over my head 100%. It's more of like, I just never got the things that I got into weren't those things. Oh, it's 6 o'clock for me. I should definitely check if the water's boiling because I suspect that the water is probably boiling. I know, another BRB, but it must be done. I shall be right back. Oops, that is the wrong tab. Okay. Okay. So, oh, I've just realized that I have a Discord message. Is this important? Oh, I know what that message is. Okay. I have started a timer for about 8 minutes for the pasta. That's one way to return to stream. Yeah, is my Discord, what's that all about? I have started a timer. Guess oops. No. No. I put myself in a dirt box. So just to make sure that I'm safe. Cause sometimes I don't know how long I'll be. Even though I don't suspect I'm gonna be long. Things happen. I get whisked away to do something sometimes, and so I have to do different things. I'm gonna need more jungle wood. That shouldn't be an issue. We are getting close to the end of the pathway. Where? Is it over here? Yes. I think it was simply packed mud I needed. I don't think I had anything else that I actually needed aside from packed mud. Yeesham. Awesome. Anyway, I keep getting sidetracked. Pasta? Timer? I set a timer for 8 minutes. It now says like 6 minutes, but that should be enough to make both the pasta al dente so that I can drain it. So that way by the time it like cools a little bit, it's not going to be mushy. So if people eat at like a different time than when the pasta's done, it won't be mushy. And the garlic bread should be not totally crisp. I suspect that one I'll change that one a little bit. Do I build a tree here? No, I don't think I'm gonna build a tree here. I don't want a tree there. I wanted a tree there because I thought it would be kind of cool to have a tree here. But now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of just don't. No tree. We need to have the laundry hanger. But the thing is, I may also remove the laundry hanger. The coat rack, so to speak. That's the problem. It's a clothes rack. That was very funny. Unfortunately, my brain has a hard time committing to the bit. There's some things that my brain will absolutely commit to the bit. This is one of those that I appreciate the bit for what it is and the moment for what it is. But I also there's a significance of completing this project that I know I need to be done. Yeah, I think that's maybe the best way for me to explain it right now, is like mentally it has significance. Like I need this to just be like a complete thing. like there's things that are unfinished. There's funny bits and things that I think are like great and wonderful, and like that moment was really funny and I love and appreciate it, but for me it is something that I need to take down. Like I think it'd be really funny if we placed it somewhere like as a in memory of kind of thing, but it can't stay here. I did think about it. I've had to make a lot of hard decisions. Moving it isn't the same thing as tearing it down though, so I could live with that. I just don't know where it's gonna go. What happened to the death hole? That got, so is that the one that everyone kept falling down and then pillaring out of? That I think was all the pillars got leveled so that like you could see each individual pillar, and then I think what happened is it did get covered over, but we changed it out for, yeah, from episode 1. Oh, let me go over there because I actually don't remember. I want to say it got covered up. No, it didn't get covered up. I think that's what the skeleton farm is. So this used to be where the crafting table house was. And in memory of the crafting table house, we have this baby crafting table, because this is where that was. Why is that? Why does that look like that? What block is this? Excuse me? It broke, yeah. But I don't know what block it is. Check F3. Gray wood unload? No, I don't think it is. Oh, my timer is going off. Where is it? Fancy clouds, immediately fast buffer map. I don't even see overworld section relative. Actually don't see any. Dang, they removed the targeted block feature. It's so, I think I might just have to break it. I need to know. What? Oh, I know why it's broken. I know why it's broken. Okay, let me just go over here for a second. I know exactly why it's broken. So I have 2 resource packs that are vanilla tweaks. I have a redstone resource pack, and the resource pack is supposed to change the hive, those hive blocks, so that depending on how full they are, they have a different texture. Something about that is broken. So let me see if I go into my resource packs, remove the redstone one, if that fixes it. Because if it's not, then it's not the redstone one. Bum, bum, ba, ba. It was my redstone resource pack. These are supposed to have a different texture for how full they are, including the plain hives. Yep, it was the redstone one. I don't know if I didn't include it in the redstone one because I have it in my normal one, or yeah, I don't know if it's like I should include it in both, or I have it included in both and they're like fighting each other. Black icon, like, I don't get that reference. No, wait. I think I got that reference. Anyway, yeah, it was the redstone one. What was I gonna do? I was doing something. Oh, I I need to check the pasta because the timer went off, and that gives me a leeway of around 2 minutes or so before the pasta is no longer al dente. I wonder why the land is taking so long to load. It's kind of weird. I've never had this issue where it takes a while for things to load. Usually things load pretty fast, and I don't know if it's because I'm making loads of back and forth trips. I don't know. Oh, I don't have enough dirt. Joy, did you break it? I mean, she is on, but she's AFK. Dirt. Is this enough? That is enough. Bop, bop, bop. Okay, I'll be right back because both the bread and the pasta should be done. And that means dinner's done, which is awesome. I'll be right back. It should actually be quite quick. Okay. Pasta, ow. Pasta is done, the garlic bread is done, so dinner is ready. No soups today. Yeah, Joy is, I think AFK for something. Don't recall what she is AFK for. Kenobi, can I have some garlic bread? Oh, the garlic bread is... I would have to ship you a slice. Garlic bread is good. Garlic bread is most appreciated. Meat, I'll put in here. Kenobi, yeah. I did need this carpet because I saw a light that did not have a moss carpet on it. Once both of these paths are in, I'll also need to make a path all the way to the monorail, which I know I've said quite a few times at this point, but the importance of that is we'll be quite close to having all the paths done. I suspect... What? Oh my goodness, it's already been about 2 hours. But I suspect maybe if we finish all the paths that I'll get started on some of the detailing, but I may finish off stream. Then there is the potential that there will be a gap in my presence so that I can get like the video portion of what I want to do done. However, that is dependent on whether or not the hole gets, it depends on how quickly the hole gets dug. So that's where I'm like, I don't know. That's my unknown. Is very dependent on that. Stretch. I will stretch. Am stretching. Gotta be careful, because if I don't do it right, I will hurt myself. Okay. Stretch. And hydration check. And I have hydrated. I feel good. I did kind of save one of the more painful paths to do last. But it's okay. It's really just the stair part that's kind of a nuisance. There's kind of a hole over here. Kind of want to cover that. We have this. This is the other pond that I set up. There's not a whole lot going on. Oh, Capato 5. Okay. Need to take a deep breath. Kapattelfava at Fogdarharder Sefentelheim, Kapattelfava at Fogdarharder Sefentelheim, and Kapattelfava at Fogdarharder Sefentelheim, and Kapattelfava at Fogdarharder Sefentelheim, and Kapattelfava at Fogdarharder Sefentelheim. Okay. I should have accomplished that. I heard some of the stuff in there. Yeah, that's the name of the one of dogs that I have. I got every single wolf type that they have now in Minecraft. That was one of my goals, and one of them is Kapataflava Goddardana Fogdarhardus Nefantelheimen. And I also have a horse named Debradorma Fordodonna Gordontonner Zipflauter Odendorfin. I suspect there will become more varieties of those names. I forgot I was holding on to that for a few months. Why? Because why the names? So that's not the way that I named every pet. I do have pets with normal kind of names. I don't know how to fully describe it, but if you've watched, if you probably haven't seen the previous seasons. So in previous seasons, if you watch some of Izzy's content, one of the seasons that she was in, which this is actually a reference to one of her previous series, is she has a cat named Hippopotamonstrosis quipedaliophobia and a dog that is disestablishmentarianism. And I think there's another dog named disestablishmentarianism. That's the fear of long words. Yes. Hippopotamonstrosis quipedaliophobia, which is an extremely long word. Yes. So that is, I guess I could say that those names are sort of a spin on that, but instead of real words, I just make up the names. Because my brain can do that for some reason. The skills that I have. Isn't it wonderful? Oh. Don't I just have the most wonderful things to offer to everyone's day? Starboard. Like, it's just, I don't know. My brain is able to do it. I mean, it's very guilty as sock coded. Though funny enough, that name existed. I'm enjoying the blazerisms. Yup, it's a thing. It's a thing that I'm increasingly known for. It's actually, so the lurk command, let's see if I can find, I'm gonna pause my game for a bit because I want to look at, I can't remember this command off the top of my head. The lurk command has a silly name. Like, I think Lane's is like, you know, such and such person is going to walk their goldfish. But on my end, it's not liking that I'm scrolling so far back. It's like, I don't appreciate this. Was it after Unchecked mentioned the world replica? I think so. I know it was a command. Was it by Stream Elements, though? I'm struggling to find it. Commands. You can find the list of commands here. Oh, I guess I could click that. Let me see. Lurk. So if you put lurk when you're lurking, it says whoever does the lurk command, has gone to Flabattlebobbit, the Dorbindobbit. That is what it says. Yes, Flabattlebobbit, Flabattlebobbit, the Dorbindobbit. It's so hard for me to sell. Your button color was the shell theme of choice in the early 90s. It is so. Yeah, that's what it says when you go to lurk. I was like, I can choose what it says. What do I do? I was like, well, duh. It's just gonna be something absolutely ridiculous. And here we are. Here we are in the present of all the wackiness that I chose. Welcome to Blazer for Hire in his wonderful craziness. Hydration check. I shall hydrate. Ah, has hydrated. Ah, nah. I definitely need the hydration. I definitely need it. Okay, this is gonna look a little weird because I'm gonna just kind of try to not totally maximize, but kind of maximize what I'm doing here. That way, when we go down the hill, it'll look less absurd, maybe. This is just a really steep hill, so I've chosen a very difficult thing to do here. Is that a giant sandwich in a lake? No. I see what you mean. That's actually the reflection of the This is supposed to be like a cliff. Like this is a giant beach, or was going to be a giant beach. Only saw the bottom part. It's fair. It's the cliff face of the beach, and it leads into a pond. Welcome, rain. You have made your presence known for a second time today. And then that's a pond. I hope you enjoyed the lurk, Qui-Gon. It's fair. It does look like a sandwich. Okay, I need to... Oh, this path is going to be my main... I kind of knew that this was gonna happen. I knew this was gonna be kind of difficult because of how steep this was. I just also knew that it had to be in this place specifically because of the way that it is. Oh, I need more labs and things. It's just makes it kind of unpleasant. But we'll get there. We'll fix it. It'll work. Actually not too bad. Like, is it my favorite? No, but I mean, it functions. I think I might actually leave that there so it feels inconsistent. I actually want it to look kind of irregular and inconsistent, because if it looks too consistent, then it'll feel... I don't know. It'll feel like kind of like too normal. I do kind of want to lean into the organic shapes. in the irregularity of the land, so it feels like I'm incorporating things into the land and not just carving a staircase. Kind of the thing that I don't want it to look like. I want it to look like I worked with the land, even though I am kind of finagling things. What am I lacking? I am lacking slabs. Is Flabattle or Dorban Dobbit the keeper of the Master Sword, or the guy who can cure people, or only mostly it? Keeper of the Master Sword, or the guy who can cure? I have no clue. I do not catch the joke. That is a reference to the Princess Bride, am I right? Oh, okay. I have some CraftWorks lore to catch up on, cause what on earth is that message? That... Is catching up on CraftWorks lore going to help you with that? I'm not sure if that is going to help, because how do I explain this? I can be very off the cuff with the miscellaneous nonsensical words that I use. So the fact that the things I'm saying basically virtually make no sense is because that's kind of the point of them. They're silly and ridiculous for the sake of being silly and ridiculous. So they're just kind of like wacky words that I come up with. Guilty as sock is one of those. Guilty as sock is probably like the best explanation, frankly, because it was just chaos. It was a lot of wacky words that I came up with. I would come up with like, oh man, I don't even remember them at this point. I need a big notebook to start writing all this down. Honestly, some people have a great memory and remember some of these. Let me tell you, I don't remember half of the words that I make up. It's just kind of the way my brain works, where I'm able to come up with like these wacky combinations of letters and things that it's like not easy to say, but they're used in ways that you could use words in theory. It's just super strange. But Guilty as Sock is probably the best example, because you come up with like an accusation or something. My brain is hurting. Well, okay, so basically I make a whole bunch of nonsense words that act like verbs, nouns, adverbs, adjectives, and they can mean whatever you want them to mean. So they're just kind of like filler words that have no definitions, but in a way have like rules. Yeah, that's how, yeah. Socks are the only 15% of the population that make up 85. So maybe that's a better way to explain it. It's like it's not supposed to make sense. It's what did E call it? E called it something. And it was exactly what it was. It's kind of the whole yes and. Like I'm just throwing a whole bunch of stuff in, so it's like you can essentially have a bunch of weird words that can mean whatever you want, but no one ever tells you what it actually means. So you're like following whatever logic is presented, and then Blazer documentary, a place that explains randomness. It is. It's like I do know how to describe it, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just miscellaneous weirdness that you pretty much get to determine whatever you want it to mean, but at the same time, you don't have any control over what it means. And so it puts things in a weird circumstance where it's like I have to figure out how somebody else uses the word against me, but at the same time I can also leverage that and use the word against them. Who was it? There was somebody who played Guilty as Sock once with us. Goose played Guilty as Sock, and I will say I wasn't in my mental space. Was like I was not in my mental space of like being able to deal with my own wackiness. And so, but regardless, Goose did a really good job at countering the craziness that I had ensued. It was like I wasn't gonna do it, but then Goose joined and I was like, okay, gotta fire on all cylinders, show them what's up. Not like win or anything, because I didn't think I was gonna win, but just show him what's the deal of how I play, and he did a great job at countering everything. And I was like, you know, this was a big mistake. But it was also, it was super fun, and I was very impressed. Because he followed super well, he countered super well. I know that was a sidetrack, but I think that was cool. But those were streams. I don't know if any of those ended up becoming VODs, because I don't think we thought about that at the time. But that was fun. So that's kind of sort of where those things originate from, is Guilty as Sock, where I just come up with some of the most unhinged non-words and names, and it's really, and I think it's kind of funny. It makes things kind of difficult, but I think it's kind of funny. This path is a thing. that is happening. It is a thing that is happening that is increasingly difficult for me to keep up with. I put this here, that there, then this here, this and this, and I don't have any more slabs left. I need more jungle wood. But that does mean that's gonna have a slab, that'll have a slab, this will have a slab, and then I can start placing blocks and we can mesh that with the surroundings. And then this I'll just remove. And that'll be that all connected. And then we'll have to connect that one. But that'll be one flank of the path. No, I still have to do that. But then that'll be a flank of the path. Sidetracks are the only paths through memory. Yep, pretty much. At least for me, that's true. Okay, I need jungle wood so I can make more slabs. Oh man. So much for the paths. Don't worry. Can't worry. We'll get there. One step at a time. Oh. Ba, 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 ba. Why did I keep the mud in my inventory? That jungle planks. We should have lots of those. I'll also, if I have extra rockets and grilled cheese, I should also do that. Jungle plank we should have a lot of. Yeah, I thought we had a lot of jungle plank. Why don't I just grab the shulker? I'll just grab the shulker. I have dirt in here. Okay. Grilled cheese. And rockets. I don't know. Ooh. I'm left with duration 1 rockets. So I don't see much reason why I should only have that many rockets, as I think we should have a good amount in the shop, so maybe I'll get quite a few rockets. Did I fill in that path? No, I didn't. Oh, right, because I wanted slabs. Right. Make some brick slabs. I'll definitely need more brick slabs. Let's make 2 stacks of those, then 2 stacks of those. Actually, that's kind of a lot. I probably didn't need to make that much. And then put this here. What's in here? Moss. Oh, I was gonna add patches of moss and I never did that. Darn it. Probably should have. That should be more than enough slabs. And I have lots of jungle. See, I could have reduced the amount of materials I used if I used slabs, but I was bound and determined not to use slabs. Why? I don't know, maybe my brain thought it was going to be technically easier, even though it's technically not easier, but I don't know. Oops, that's the wrong thing. No, I don't want that. Push dinner back another hour. Moss must get integrated. I'm actually not sure if I want moss. As much as I would like some like extra kind of texture going on. I'm not sold on it, I guess. Like, I'm not convinced that it needs moss. As much as I love moss, I'm not fully convinced that it really needs moss. Which I know, crazy for me to say, because I love integrating moss in like everything. But believe it or not, I don't necessarily think it needs moss. Also, it's really, really, really important that I actually give myself plenty of leeway in terms of the other project. It's actually why I'm trying to simplify things so much, is that project was planned before this project. By kind of a long shot. Kind of a long shot. Very long shot. You consulted with a wandering trader about the theory. Other project? Yes, I have multiple projects. I do multiple things at the same time. But I know in the long run it will be better. No, do not like that. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. I'm covered, that's covered. Like, it's not my favorite staircase. Maybe we just do this. No. Well, I might have enough dirt for this. Do this, then this. Like that. So it feels kind of like it's going this way. This, I want to go here. Oh, and this can go here. Or no, I want to be this. Oh, and technically these were supposed to be connected. I forgot about that. There's the intention to put like a field around this building, but never happened. Your base buddy is retired for season 3, is what AK says. I cannot confirm nor deny such things. Season 3 is supposed to be a wonderful surprise. Don't we just love surprises? What makes things exciting? Lane already said so in the Discord, so secret's out. Oh, how dare. Retirement so early? I remember what he said in the Discord. He said that he had a different base buddy. He betrayed me? How dare. No, I'm actually so excited. He'll be missed by Mel, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Just joking. Absolutely wonderful get to be here. Okay, we got that. Is this path? I feel like doing this path. What time is it? Oh gosh. 3 hours. Just joking. Absolutely wonderful. Everyone would absolutely love all these people. Such joy being here. Just gonna be so sad when this isn't the world that we're using. Been here for so long. And then, oh, nicer skeleton. I guess you're, well, all we left were arrows. Ah, yes, this. I need to do this. So we didn't finish that path. I mean, I guess the nice thing is once I finish this piece of the path, I'll have more areas to bone meal. So that'll be a nice task switch. And also planning out where that path is going to go. That is the benefit of having a few things to do at the same time, is when my brain is like, I can't do this step, I can do a different step. Lane! Ah, Capaddle 5. Okay. One breath, 5 times fast. Capaddle 5 got it on it, Fogdarters, Nefentalham, 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 Capaddle 5 got it on it, Fogdarters, Nefentalham. Bam. Easy. I'm wondering if I should increase that from 5x. Lane, we were just talking about you. Yes, they were talking about your retirement. How dare you retire? How dare you betray me? I'm retired? Since when? Who's gonna pay my bills and my rent? Haha. uh... Nah, I'm just working on the pathways. I'm trying to get these pathways done as quickly as I can at this point, because I've got, well, once I get the pathways done, then I want to put in bushes, fences, and some type of lighting. My brain is kind of leaning towards just super simple, like lantern lighting, where I just pop them on the fences, because, I mean, there's nothing wrong with just popping down a few fences and then putting the lighting on top. There really isn't. It's one of those things that I'm like, but I could be adding more detail. And it's like, not everything has to have insane detail, and there's other things for me to do. Only for 1 minute, and Lane's unretired. Exactly, he can't retire. He can't retire. Retire? He's already tired. That was a really bad joke. That coat rack. That's the energy that has. Just the silence that Ted got multiple times, and then, oh, that's a coat rack. Are you sure you're not a dad? It is true. I am not a dad. I'm an uncle. So I guess there's that. Oh. Notifications. Ugh. Okay. That's only secondhand dad jokes. Yup. I will say there's a group chat that I'm in that I send a lot of dad jokes in from Instagram. Because I find them and I'm like, yes, I love this. Where do I even put this pathway? I mean, this land is so hilly. I don't want to put something that has to have a whole lot of support, but take a look at this land. It's a mess. So many holes as I come to like the flattest patch over here. There's so many hills. This is gonna be a pain. The worst path ever. I mean, it's supposed to connect to the town, but what? I carve a path here. It goes down this way. I'll probably have to knock down a hill over here, cross this way. I'll probably have to put a bridge there. And then maybe wind down this way. So wind down, or I guess wind up. Wind past this hill, cross this bridge, probably knock down a hill. Wind back through this way, knock down another hill, and then go up and wind that way. Oh, come now, you haven't seen my first Minecraft world? Ah, hills. They're not my friend right now. I don't want to knock down. I don't. It's fine. I know, lots of grumbling and complaining. This is simply the state of what happens when I get to the point where I'm like so done with a project. I'm like, I was done with this project 20 projects ago. Actually, I didn't have it planned that long ago. Actually, I could make this path go around this hill like this, wind twice. So bends over here, goes down this hill, runs past towards the coast. Maybe lift this ground a little bit near the coast and bend around. Then is this another hill? Is this something I could flatten? This is the area that I'm like wondering if I need a bridge. Like I could put a bridge there, but I don't feel like making a bridge. If it can be the easiest like drawbridge ever, I'd do it. But what if we just don't? What if we just don't? I could just not build a pathway. Who said I had to make a pathway? I did. The completionist in me. I at least want things connected. I set myself specific rules that I wanted to hit, specific goals to at least have everything connected. And that is something I want to do. Okay. So first off, I think this is probably our best avenue for a pathway, because I think this is the flattest portion that we have to work with, even if I have to go downhill. Actually, let's start doing this, like marking out a pathway. So I think we can wind around this way. I think, is this the hole? No, that's not the hole. Let's go sleep. No mobs. Must use safety. I know that when I add that pathway, I will be incredibly happy, because the area that I have been working on will finally be connected with the area that Lane has been working on, and it will feel complete. I will also hide all of these frog lights as much as I can, including these torches, which I'll probably also try to substitute with frog lights, so that's not an issue. We'll probably keep the path kind of clear. Okay, so we're gonna go around the hill. And then when we get to here, this is where we get to the gap. Now, we have two options. We can cross the gap, or we can go around the gap, because we do have that option. I think. I don't think we're so close to the gap that I don't. I could go around. I could go around. I think that is what I want to do. I think I want this to actually go this way. And if I do anything special, which I probably won't, I could put a bench or two here. If that. That way it overlooks the kind of like waterfall bit. And this will probably go uphill a little bit. And then we'll probably go downhill a little bit, so we will progress towards kind of the coastline. And because we progressed along the coastline, we then have to go up the hill this way. And we're gonna kind of try to lean into maybe going up this way. I guess we could go like up and around that way. It might make sense to do that. That once we hit this spot, we run along here and have the staircase up this way. So I don't know if I can see this all from the sky. You can't really. So we go around the hill. We go around, we bend around here, go towards the coast, go around this hill. We step up the hill, but only partially, and then go around this part of the hill and bend around. Personally, I like the way that looks. And it might provide the easiest path. I think it might provide one of the easier to make paths, because I don't have to go down anything super steep. I wish I kept those moss carpets on me, because then I could hide all this lighting I have going around here. I don't have to chop down as many trees, which is also another thing. I actually kind of want to preserve some of this forest. I know one of my ambitious goals was making a custom birch forest, and then I realized that that was wholly unreasonable. Entirely unreasonable. And my oh my, as cool as I thought that was going to be, that was certainly too much to expect from myself. I think I might train some of these things a little bit, terraform a few of these things, just to make some of the hills not look so funky. Also, what I could do is if there's like little outcroppings, I could put benches. Like, not everything has to be barren looking. There might be a few trees. Like, I really like how tall this birch tree is, so what I could do is intentionally bend the path more this direction So it leaves more space for that birch tree because it's just a really tall birch tree. It's always special. It's just a special birch tree. Also, it leaves some scenery to have without me actually needing to build the scenery. Because we do have trees, we do have forests. Not everything needs to be torn down. You can incorporate the pre-existing terrain as a way of making something pretty. I'll do that and do this to remind me to not go this direction. Because that was my original plan, and I don't think I want to do that. Being guided that direction, which does mean that this path should realistically be kind of like this side here. Should be centered kind of here, because that's the point that you're going to. Okay, awesome. We have an idea of where we want the path to go. It's marked. Sort of. Ugh. I mean, it's the equivalent of doing like this entire path in one go. It's okay. It's just one step at a time. At least if I have that path marked out, I mean, technically they're connected. Technically, they are connected. If I really wanted to, I could use simple path blocks because technically it's not in town. Alright, gang, I gotta head out. Been nice hanging out. Good luck with the pathfinding. See you, Qui-Gon. It's been lovely to have you here. I'd imagine that I might be ending soon just because I want to make sure I actually have energy to do this. I am considering doing something different with this path though, since this is like we have these mud paths and then these mud paths, and although it would make sense that these two connect, it also makes sense to do it out of something else because technically they're not the same. Like this is a more condensed living space, and this is a less condensed living space, but it's traveled more often because this is the primary form of transportation. But at the same time, there's this beach area, which would totally make sense if there was kind of this coastline pathway. Because that would make sense as a vacationing spot. So you would need a more robust path. I thought elytra were a primary form of transportation. Yes, for players, but in trying to think of ways to make a space look more lively, oftentimes you take things into consideration of like walking paths. Also, I mean, sometimes you just, you know, you run into something, a mob kills you, and you have to walk somewhere, and so it's good to have an option that is more accessible by someone without elytra. It's not a bad thing to have like safe paths. Quite useful. But eaters, that's also true. Could have those. It just makes it feel more real to have some type of like footpath. Makes it feel more lived in. It's kind of, at least the way I build, it's usually a combination of Minecraft. I guess a lot of people do. It's just a combination between Minecraft physics and like real world function. No. It's a combination of how things work in Minecraft versus the way things work in real life. Blocky games should feel more real. It's so okay. It's like when you're writing a story, like even if you're writing fiction, a lot of, or like if you're writing fiction, if you're like drawing, the way you make something feel believable is you're trying to find the balance between, okay, this is coming from someone who doesn't write super often, but I recall more from the end of drawing than I do in terms of writing, but I understand that it also applies to writing. When you are writing a story or drawing something, you want to understand what makes a story feel real and believable in nonfiction, so you can apply certain principles to nonfiction, because yeah, to make nonfiction believable, you need to use something that you kind of already know about. So it's a strange thing. Like in drawing, you need to know how lighting functions, because if you don't know how lighting works in the real world, it makes drawing something feel kind of uncomfortable or uncanny. Now, some people, that's an artistic style and they want things to look like that. That's good if that's what they're aiming for, but a lot of times it's you're trying to learn how to control your ability and pay really close attention to what makes something kind of tick. So I guess you can think of it like the machinery of reality. You want to know what the machinery of reality is, looks like, acts like, because if you don't, it's really hard to make something that's believable when you're making fiction, or yeah, that kind of thing. So both in writing stories and building, storytelling, drawing, when you're making something that isn't technically real, you still want to use some principles to make something feel believable. Is probably, it's not the best way for me to put it, but it's a way to put it. Is basically you're combining two forms of medium. Like you want something that feels relatable and tangible because it's familiar, and not just familiar, but because familiarity doesn't necessarily make something feel real, but there's the rules of the fantasy world and the rules of reality, and if you don't keep them in some type of balance, it just makes it feel corny, I guess. Adding the small details makes the world feel lived in and either easier to associate with mentally. Yes. Because, like, if it has a path, I know what a path does. It gets me from one place to another. And doing that, it allows you to kind of guide someone's direction without needing to tell someone, go this way, because a person knows what a path does. You know the function already, and it doesn't take any real jump in conclusion or anything. It's just kind of there and present, and you know what it does. Having the words come out of my mouth sounds silly. But I also understand that you guys know what I mean. Even if I get repeaty and babbly and, you know. It's thunderstorming. Time for me to go to bed. We don't get mobs. 'Cause danger. But yeah, combining the reality of Minecraft with reality in person to make it more tangible. Because it can make it feel super uncanny, kinda. We're getting there. We're almost there. Excuse me. We're almost there with this path. We're just trying to figure out the most difficult part. Your hands are dirty. Yes, I've so many uncanny, like the X-Men. I don't understand that reference either. You don't know X-Men? I know what X-Men is. I'm not understanding the reference of X-Men being uncanny. I mean, X-Men is fiction, and it plays by its own rules, like much fiction does. But I guess, is it that, like, is X-Men known to be kind of like not well built storyline? The Uncanny X-Men is a comic. Oh, okay, it's a title. Yeah, that I didn't know. I didn't know that it was a type of comic. I know of X-Men, but I haven't seen it thoroughly. I wasn't sure if it was a, like, some people don't like this or that, and so there's the whole, like, thing of, like, oh, well, this is a poorly built story because this reason, that reason, and so I wasn't sure if that's what it was. Because people get passionate about those things. Again, you're talking to someone who doesn't really, like, I never got into comics, I never, like, that just wasn't my thing. So, like, some people absolutely love comics. They're around my age, and so I'm sure they would know about it, but it wasn't ever for me. Never really got into it. There were other things that I really, really liked. So, like, I just have strange interests. I mean, I guess we all do technically, but you know, my interests are not everyone else's interests, and yeah. It happens. Don't like that this is doing this. I need this to kind of like guide my eye to go this direction. And I think that one block actually helped that. Awesome. Okay, this layout it's turning out to be something. No Zelda, no Princess Bride, no X-Men. Due to the family-friendly requirement, I can't finish that thought. Oh, shush. That it? I'll just leave that. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I have ever actually read a Marvel or DC comic book before. I've read some Archie comics and a couple of graphic novels, but I never was allowed to read the comics books as a kid. My parents didn't allow them in the house. Understood. I just as a kid, like I'd imagine I probably just literally didn't show any real interest in like superhero related movies and whatnot. Like it's probably as simple as that. Like there were other things that I absolutely loved, and so like those were the things that I focused on. And that was really it. But I also understand that it's really common to have that interest, potentially, especially in the space I exist in. So it's like, I don't know, it's common in the space that I'm in, but I've never and it's not like I don't like that stuff. Like it doesn't grab my attention the same way that it does other people. There's just other things that grab my attention to the point that I'm just like, I absolutely love this. And so that's what ends up keeping my attention a lot of the time. I've kind of always been that way, so. Surprise! Not really. Okay. We're so close! Need some brown mushroom blocks, and we should be complete with the general pathway that isn't to the monorail building. My guess is once we finish this, I might just go eat dinner and then work on the pathways. If nearly every morning I know about nearly everything I know about Marvel comes from the movies and series and the X-Men and Spider-Man cartoons from the 90s, a few video games. Yeah, I would say just about if I know anything, it is from the movies, because I recall my older brother and my older sister watching all of the movies leading up to Endgame because to describe it in, I guess, a kind of sort of strange way is like basically they all had lore and so they wanted to make sure they understood, like, that was all kind of fresh in their brain. They had the backstory, like all of this backstory had and fresh in their mind, so it was easier to pick up on the nuances in the upcoming movies. So I kind of sort of remember that time of like running through all of the movies before Endgame and leading up to Endgame. So like I do have a really good memory of that. I remember that being really cool. And although it was not something I would normally do and watch and like seek out, it's a memory that I have that I do really appreciate, because although I know it's not part of like my core interests, it's absolutely something I do not regret getting to watch, because it was very cool to watch everything like unfold. And I'm sure other people would pick up on like other nuances that I didn't, but I don't know. Space that I don't really spend time in, and it was interesting to spend time in that space for a short time and get to enjoy that. Did we finish the path? We finished the path! Well, sort of. We finished the first step of the path. Still gotta put benches and bushes and lighting to make sure everything is, you know, mob proof. And I don't know if I'll texture. I really do want to texture. I know it's a lot to do, but I know I'll really enjoy it. I definitely need to bone meal. Now that I've finished all that, I guess the next step is to bone meal at least to like the ridge of this hill, kinda, and around this house, and then over here. It's a large area. GG, 1/8 of the path is completely unrelated to the main discussion, but what are your thoughts about National Apple Pie Day? Apple pie is delicious, and there was an apple pie that I made in culinary that's really good, and I think it might just be my go-to apple pie because it has a streusel on top that's really good, and instead of red apples it uses green apples, so when you do add sugar to it, it's like it's balanced. I always thought that not using green apples always felt strange, again, in my opinion, in my taste, because green apples are tangy, so, and cooking apples is going to make them more sweet. So why would I use a sweet apple that's already really sweet if I don't necessarily want it more sweet? But again, that's my brain, like, all the time. I'm always trying to like balance flavors and whatnot, but I guess it's that way with building, is like there's certain I have certain likes and dislikes, and so sometimes I don't understand something because it doesn't fit in my like likes category. And it's not bad, it's not that I like dislike what somebody does, it's like, I don't know, maybe that was a really bad comparison, because there's actually like a lot of builds that I really like. Even if, I don't know. Anyway, the point was, apple pie, it used green apples instead of red apples, which I thought was, even mentally, I was like, well, that, of course that's a better choice, because if you're gonna add loads of like cinnamon and sugar, it's gonna caramelize a whole bunch, and it's gonna lose a lot of the original like crispy tanginess that it already has, and so it'll just be like a nice balance. Honeycrisp apple pie with a flaky butter crust and lots of cinnamon. So delicious. Yeah. Actually, now that I said that it used green apples, I'm trying to remember if it had some green apples and some non-green apples. I know for a fact it had green apples in it. I can't remember if it had some green and some not green. Then that way you got like a combination of some of like the more sweet apples, but it wasn't overbearingly sweet. Because again, you're adding cinnamon and sugar, but of course it must have loads of cinnamon, because cinnamon is so good. Which, cinnamon is already also sweet, so there's that too. You have sweet apples with a spice that's already inherently sweet, and then you're caramelizing them and covering them in sugar, and it was just something that I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me. It's basically just a big sugar bomb that just kind of aggravates my taste buds. I want balance. But yes, that is really good. I've been missing pie talk? You know, honeycrisp is pretty good on its own. Yeah, we were talking, Akashashin brought up, apple pie day, and I was talking about apple pie because one of the recipes in culinary was an apple pie one, and I think it might be my go-to because it was like a streusel topping that had nuts and whatnot, and so that was sweet, but probably one of my favorite parts about it was it used green apples instead of like red apples or yellow apples because they're already tangy, so it balances out a lot of the flavors. Yes, Dutch apple pie is the best. It is really good. So that's what I was talking about, because I really love that. I always, in making apple pie, I was always like, but why don't we use just green apples? Because we're already adding sugar, so it's already going to be sweet. And then if we're adding streusel on top, then that's going to make it even sweeter. Why not just green apples? Oh, and also you're sticking in the oven, and so it's like all the juices are flowing everywhere, and some of them condense, and the apples caramelize, especially if you put them in a pan. It was just a lot that my brain has always been like, but why such aggressive sweetness? Why can't we just balance things? So when we made it in class, I was like, yes, this is the apple pie that I always wish I had. But we're getting there. I'm putting grass everywhere, and I have finished the major paths. All I had to do was this section and this section here. Even though that felt like it felt like so much. And I did a little bit of like a footpath here just to tell me where I need to do with what I need to do with that. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with that. If I'm going to do something different that's easier and cheaper materials, or I use the same path because, well, Lane has a version of the path here, I have my version of the path here. Do I do a third path, or do I just continue this path and make sure it's connected? Because technically, then we have this whole beach, which I don't think I'm going to get to, unfortunately. I also don't think I'm getting to that tree, because I still need to put bushes and lighting around the pathway. I don't think I'm going to texture the pathway. I thought about it. There's just too much pathway. It's too much pathway. I have lots to bone meal around here. People don't even have yards. I mean, they do have yards, but they don't have anything custom like flower beds or gardens or any of that stuff, which is also something I wanted to do, but didn't happen. But yeah, we're getting there, slowly but surely. I want to make sure I preserve enough energy to do the secret build. I'm just glad you fixed the torch span. Yeah, Whiffs helped me with that. I was going around with moss carpets while he was hiding the lighting. I wanted to make sure it was visible, so that way I knew where my blind spots were. It makes it, like, even though it looks hideous, especially from a distance, it's one of those things that it's like kind of an aid to make sure that it is so present that it's like, you gotta fix this. And also you know where to fix it, torch spam. I'll need praise for tomorrow. What's wrong with torches? It was frog lights, but which also kind of makes it worse. It makes it worse that it was frog lights. You just see like loads of, it looks like the equivalent of when someone's oxidizing copper in a really large area. You just see a field of frog lights. That's what that was. Like, I just had both torches and frog lights spammed everywhere. It wasn't pretty looking, to say the least, to see from far away. Oh, they can make the area more laggy because the animation. I did not know that. Like this. Look at all these frog lights. Like, this is what the land looked like, but this field over here. I wonder if there's a way that I can reduce that with that over there. I didn't know that either. Yeah, the things you learn on a server. All the things that can make things laggy. Partially why I use so many barrels. Aside from the fact that I just absolutely love barrels, but you know, this is a side point. I didn't even think about torches causing lag. Yeah, particles, my guess. But yes, also animation. Oh, but the new update is going to take care of the laggy signs. Ooh, awesome. That would help my area, yes. Something? Okay. I know this is a weird thing to mention now, is what I really wish they would do is make item frames less laggy. And paintings. But I don't know. I think it's because this is probably just the modded person in me, is there are some mods that make those items not entities and chests. Yeah. Like, there's mods that just make them not entities. They act the same as the original item, but they're just not entities. And you can still, like, do the invisibility thing. Like, you can still kind of make them rotate. And the benefit is also they don't fling everywhere. So when you go to like punch it off a wall, it kind of just drops off the wall or pops onto the surface like if you were removing a block. I don't know if it's like if there's a reason to keep them as an entity. Like, I don't know if it's like, oh, we don't want to do that because there's like a really good functional reason for them to be entities. So that's where I'm like, that I could see, but I don't know of any. Like, I don't know of any functional reasons that you would be like, yes, we need item frames and paintings to be an entity. Redstone or otherwise. Or maybe, like, is it something that makes it less buggy? I don't know. And I'm using so much bone meal. This is why I was like, I don't want to add loads of rocks and bushes, because I knew just using bone meal alone to fill out this area was going to be so many materials. Like, it just... This would have been really, really, really time consuming to fill in this whole area. Oops. Oops. And I still will need more bone meal, but it's fine. I own the bone meal farm. Love how it looks like on the map though with all those yellow flowers. Yeah, like if I look at the map, it looks absurd with all these red, yellow, and red, yellow flowers. It's just wild. So even though there's loads of grass, it looks like just this giant meadow of flowers, which I do really like. It makes it look really pretty. Which I'm glad. It's plain, but it's something. Bone meal does wonders for terrain. It does. I subscribed to myself while on the other account, and now I have the Twitch "Why is thy bidding status?" What is thy bidding status? Ah, yeah. Oh, that must mean, I forget what achievement that is. That's an achievement on my end. Hydration check. Hydrating. Hydrated. Oh yeah, I can check the stream manager. Oh, normally it would pop up. I think maybe analytics. No. Actually, I think it's the home page. Let me check the home page. Actually, I'm not sure if it's going to show me on the home page because technically I'm still live. It used to be that when you hit some type of achievement, it would like pop up. Oh, achievements. Here we are. What is thy bidding? Reach 50 followers. That is what it is. Awesome. You've reached 50 followers. Woohoo! Danke. Thank you very much. I appreciate. It is nice stream. Oh, I'm out of bone meal. That's fine. Now it's time to punch the double tall grass. It's more annoying on more terrain that varies. Got 3, I'm one of them. Yeah, I know there's a few people that have like a backup account because they have one on their computer but one on their phone, and so it might be on that challenge then. What challenge? Is there a challenge? Is there a challenge that I'm supposed to be doing? That I'm supposed to be participating in? There's so many new things always happening on social. No, Aka. Oh, the real challenge when you don't stream is it's I try, but life be lifin', and it doesn't like to not life, which I appreciate. I appreciate that life is life, but it makes things difficult. Okay, once we get all these double tall grass pretty much out of the way. Ooh, it's looking good. Really does help so much. Ah, there's this little cove here that's hiding all the double tall grass. I guess it would make sense to leave some of this as double tall, like these little cove bits. Before season 5, we'll see how that goes. Oh wait, is the challenge to get banned as fast as possible? I don't mean that in a hurtful way. But okay, I need both. I'll drop some of the stuff in my inventory off. Ugh. There's so many things that I wish I had done, but I'm happy that it is turning out the way that it is. I wonder if I should write down that sign. I'm considering making both the beach by the skyscraper and the cave into a sort of like not challenge so much as a task, like a voluntary task of something to do if people want something to do. I really love how it's looking. Glad because sometimes I look back at it and I'm like, I don't know how I feel. I just destroyed a forest and I'm like, and it kind of looks like a plains. Which I do like. Not like I don't dislike it. It'll look more awesome with moss. Okay, I understand. I love moss as much as the next person, but I've gotten so far with bone meal and not using moss that I am at the point of no return. I'm at the no point of return that I can't go back and just redo a whole bunch of stuff. I have considered maybe picking a few spots. Yeah, that was my thought. It's quite a color change too. I love your Twitch account banner. Oh, yeah, I think I let me check that banner. I want to say that my Twitch banner was I had to pick a color and I was like, I don't know what color to pick. And Nope, that's the wrong thing. I want to go to channel. I stick with moss-colored stuff around the houses. Understood. Okay, I can't find my banner because when I go to channel, it goes to the stream. No, wait. Oh, and it still doesn't pick my banner because my stream is filling out the banner. Okay. Point was, I am fairly certain that the reason the banner is the color that it is I had to pick one, and I was like, I don't want it to be default, and I think it looks like a Valley of Wales birdie. Oh, so it's like a kind of gray blue, right? I think. Because if it's the banner or Twitch, I think I might have chose that from in Wales, the country. Yeah, like it looks like a valley in Wales. The picture, not the color average. Oh, I was thinking the like. So YouTube, or not YouTube. Twitch, when you're not streaming, has a banner where it will play your last stream. And so you'll have this, like, whatever color you choose is the background. Like, you can have a banner, but, like, you can also choose a color. I picked a color, and it was blue, because I panicked, and I was like, I'm just going to make it as close to my eye color as possible. And that's what I chose. What I was getting confused was I didn't realize you were referring to, like, my screen view of the buildings and not the Twitch banner that shows behind VODs. That was the miscommunication. That's my bad. I understand. Oh, what was I gonna do? I came here for a reason. Bone meal. I need bone meal for filling out a lot of these areas. Ooh, look, we got the red auroras. Hello, White Fang? Right? Is it White Fang? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, awesome, awesome. Hello, welcome, welcome. Now I'm not sure where I saw it and may have gone insane. White Fang is how you say it, yeah. I just wanted to make sure. I was tripping myself up because in the past I've attempted, I've taken a break from it, but attempted to like learn Chinese, and so it was like my brain was like, wait, that kind of reminds me of it could be different, and so my brain just like panicked. But right now I'm working on these ads. Okay, where there's an empty space. There's probably an empty space. There's this area by this yellow house. Is that the thing that I need to work on? Yes. Ooh, it's a play on my favorite book as a kid, White Fang. Understood. Thank you for clarifying, because so many references I don't understand. Akashashin will know. He knows. He makes lots of references that I don't understand. Hey, thank you for following, White Fang. I really appreciate it. Or just... Well... I guess I'll get you caught up. White Fang was an awesome book. Awesome, good book. I need to read it again sometime. I am apparently missing out on a great book. White Fang is a great book. Okay, apparently I'm missing out on a really great book. Well, darn. No problem. Thought I'd come in while my tools are cooling down. Tools? What types of tools? Talking like soldering tools? Burning kit tools? I'm trying to think of any tool that heats up really hot. I'm carving wood and my Dremel gets hot. Oh, yes, that makes sense. Yes. Dremels do also get hot because friction. Friction's a fun word. Also kind of sounds like something that you would say when you're angry. The movie was even good. Not nearly as good as the book, but it was still pretty good. Good to know. Do I have to write this down? Maybe test it on this later. Maybe I should write it down. Maybe I should write it down as a book to read. I'm gonna write it down and then... Actually, problem is, I have a list of books to read. I have books in the attic to read. I have books to read. And I haven't read them. It's a pretty short book overall. I think I read it in middle school. Okay. I do recall on a trip to Maine that there were some books that were, from what I remember, were normally part of like general curriculum. Like they were, I don't know, like it had to be something kind of equivalent to like Moby Dick or something, where it was like you just read it because it was, you know, a classic and studying literature. And so there was like, I want to say there were one or two books like that when I was in Maine, because I saw it and I was like, oh, well, I mean, it's generally like literature that you would read in school. And so I was like, I mean, I guess it's probably important somehow to read. So I read it. Or not Moby Dick specifically, but I read whatever book I got. I think I might still have it on my shelf. In middle school, they made us read Where the Red Fern Grows. I haven't trusted a book since. Oh no. Yeah, there's definitely some rough ones. I loved Where the Red Fern Grows, and by love, I mean I never forgot it. I read... One of the books I read in school was And Then There Were None, which, if nobody's read that book, it is a dark one. But I think I remember enjoying the book. Not in a bad way. White Fang, Call of the Wild, To Kill a Mockingbird. Yes, I read, I think that was one of the ones I read when I was in Maine, was To Kill a Mockingbird, because I was like, I vaguely remember what people mentioned about the book, and I knew it was like a common curriculum book. Sorry, not common curriculum. It was a book that a lot of times in English class you would be given to read, the school that I was at the time didn't like force you to read any particular book. It was more like they would give you a bunch of books that you could read from, and so it was always like I can pick what I'm interested in. Hence me reading And Then There Were None. I also remember the Messenger series. Was that what it was called? There was Messenger Blue and Sun, because I think I read one of them. And then my English teacher said it was actually part of a series. And I was like, wait, it's part of a series? Well, I want to read it. And so I read it. Oh, yeah, so wait. White Fang, Call of the Wild, Killing Mockingbird. Hey, Millie. Also, welcome, White Fang. Yes. Oh, yes. What happened to watch the movie too? We never forgot it. Yeah. Oops, replied to the wrong one. Just talking about books and food as I bone meal. I mean, it's just, you know, only the greatest things to talk about when you're doing a simple task. What else am I gonna do? Hold you captive? Captive audience? I mean, books are fun. Love books. Have lots of them. I wish I read more of them. I have many on my shelf that I've been like, I kind of want to read this one, but when your brain is spent, kind of difficult. Kind of difficult, especially when some of it is what you could consider intellectual material. Textbook-ish, if you could say, you know. Lots of learning, and those are tough when, when your brain is fried. One that I read in high school that I got to choose was The Green Mile. It was only a book that ever teared me up. Do I have a book that made me close to cry? I'm thinking. Nothing is coming to mind. I don't know. I think it actually genuinely takes kind of a lot to make me like super emotional. Which I guess for a lot of people might come as a surprise, because my emotions are absolutely intense if you've ever played Minecraft with me at all. My emotions are intense. But that is one that... No. Is it level-headedness, maybe? No? Yes? I don't know. It's not like I don't feel sad. I got hooked on the Maximum Ride series in middle school. I got 4 or 5 books in, and our library didn't have the rest. I really want to go back and finish them at some point. I remember the first book series that I read had it was some type of dragon themed series. And I want to say it had Chronicles in the name. And it wasn't Chronicles of Narnia. Even though it has Chronicles in the name. It was a strange series that I don't have a lot of memory of. Like, I could absolutely not tell you the storyline at all. Narnia! Should really read that series. I know a lot of people are like, it's a really good story series. But then I get to it and I'm like, do I want to? Am I just reading this because I feel like I'm obligated to? Because it's seen as great, amazing literature? It's like, is that really what I want to make reading? Do I want to make reading feel like an obligation? I'm kind of like, nah, not really. However, it does seem to be a good way to get me to, well, I say that with the Harry Potter series right next to me. I was like, yeah, if I get the whole series, it'll, you know, loads of people love it. I read the first chapter. The Chronicles of How to Train Your Dragon. JK, I feel like I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah, I remember every single book was basically like a zoomed in shot to a, well, I say zoomed in shot as if it was a photo. It was artwork. And every single one had a color theme. I want to say the 4th or 6th book had a kind of yellow dragon on it, but it was a zoomed in kind of, you pretty much just saw the eye and then like the surrounding scales of the eye. Want to say, I know the last name had one of those like commas in it. Not commas, that's wrong. The apostrophes. His last name, I think. I want to say his first name started with the letter D, like David? By 4th hour, lunch period. Lunch period is next. I really don't remember. Anyway, that was the first, whatever that series was, it was the first series that I read, and I want to say it had 8 to 10 books or so. I don't think I have that series anymore, though. I remember liking it, but again, I don't really have that much of a recollection of what was in the series, which happens a lot when I read, is it's, I don't know, my brain doesn't usually retain it all. Stretch and hydrate. I am stretching. We're stretching carefully because we don't want to hurt ourselves, but we want to do some good to our body. I also don't want to whack my hands into the ceiling fan above me. And hydrate. Okay, hydrated. So all the blanks are finally finished. Now to design on them and try to get as much done before 10 p.m. I feel that in Minecraft building. I'm like, okay, we're done the base of what we're doing. Now to put all the details. Monty Python's Flying Circles, The Last Dragon Chronicles. Yes! Had to Google it though, but I do remember those covers. You were right. Yes! The Last Dragon Chronicles. I do recall, as the story progresses, the themes get a bit darker from what I remember. So I will say that. I say that only as warning because, like, you know, so some people aren't like a huge fan of like darker themes, I guess. For me, they don't bug me really. Like, I don't know, things get dark, things get dark. But also, like, if you're reading for fun, some people don't like dark themes because it's like you're reading to enjoy it, and sometimes having dark themes is like not as enjoyable, and I can see that. So that's the only thing, is as you get towards the end of the series, it just gets a bit darker in theme. What was I doing? What do I need to do next? Do I just need a lot of leaves? Ooh, wait, I remember. Lemon, Sneaky Dark, and Tales of the Cryptic Dark. That makes sense. Thank you for the warning. Yeah, I do remember liking it though. But yeah, if you're like the type of person that you're like not in the mood for something kind of like this is kind of weird and a little bit dark. One of the things I probably remember the most, and I think I don't know if this was the last book or second to last book, but it was like never mind, I'm not gonna say it because it might be spoilery, but I do remember like the second to last or last book being particularly like almost ominous spooky, where you're like, oh, if it were a texture it would be gritty. Like, is not a cozy book. But again, I'm kind of, I don't know. I don't mind having dark themes. But it's also not the only thing that, like, if it were the only thing that I stuck with, then I would kind of maybe not want to read all the time. If it was the only option that I had. Also, Lemon, Snickety Dark, or Tales from the Cryptic Dark. I don't know either of those books or series. I just put down my bit and lost it. Now I can't find my bit. Urgh. I can imagine the annoyance. I can imagine the frustration. I don't actually, I guess in a way I don't have to imagine the frustration because I've done things like that where I put something down or drop something and I'm like, where is this thing? Like, I need this. This is important. Okay. So, paths. Oh, do we take down the coat rack? I think we're taking down the coat rack. Okay. I think someone has already taken a schematic of this. You forgot where you buried it after you had it put down. I am fairly certain someone already has a schematic of this. Because I think Ted might have it. So I am taking it down, but I want to memorize the dimensions of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on either side. And 2, 3. Actually, I don't know how many blocks that is. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, wait. Can't I? Let's see, how many gray bits? Is there a particular pixel I can use as a guide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 6 on either side, 17 tall. If not, I'm going go out a limb here and say we have the ability to replace this masterpiece. I don't know. just trying to be safe. I'm sorry. Though I guess I could go back in the VOD and screenshot it and just, it seems to be about 18 blocks tall if I count the carpet on the ground, and 6 diagonal blocks either side, and then like the 2, technically it's 1 diagonal block out each direction, but then there's a block connecting it. So we are tearing this down. It is time. It served its purpose. I'm tearing it down. I appreciate the memories. The memory will be forever in my heart. But it will not be here. Now, we do have an option. We can put it somewhere else. We can put it somewhere else. I mean, we could put it in the shopping district. We could put it in Spawn. I mean, hey, remember that one place in Spawn that says a tree is gonna go here? What if we put it there? You will be missed. I don't know the song, but you shall be missed. You will be forever in my memory. And oh man. It feels weird being gone because it's been there for so long. Oh, I think what I might have to do is I think I'm gonna put a bench here, and on the bench, okay, but that sightline is gorgeous. I really love, like, let me do this. Like, I can see kind of the coastline of the beach, and I really love it. That was why I wanted to remove it. I know, well, okay. I wanted to put a tree there, but I want to make sure that I'm leaving myself plenty of headroom to do the other build. But for my brain, have a wonderful lurk, Lane. But I knew it was going to bug me long term because I know it sounds weird, but there's some things that my brain's like, I need this to be complete a certain way because I know my brain won't be satisfied with the result later because of the importance of something being complete. So, like, this whole town, agreed, it's quite pretty. Thank you, thank you. It's in this season, I have probably built the most I've ever built and the largest things I've ever built. So for me mentally, this is like a really huge accomplishment, like building that skyscraper and building all these little houses and having all these pathways and this giant nether portal, which I like. It looks even prettier with all the pathways here and seeing all the scenery in the background and the bridge, the monorail, and this is such a wonderful first. I'm really gonna miss this. Oh, now I'm getting all gushy. It's sinking in. Like, I'm gonna be happy when things go on. I'm gonna be sad when things move on. It's just gonna be the way that I am all the time, where everything is always so bittersweet because there's, you know, so many firsts or so many jokes that I remember. Oh, the tour is going to be so difficult. Like, I do plan to do a tour when I complete pretty much everything. You guys did so much, an amazing job with the entire island. There's just so many accomplishments, lessons learned, jokes had. How do you even express? I don't know. What type of signs do I want? Do I want to use signs? I don't think I want to use signs. I want to use shelves. That's expensive, but I want to use shelves. I don't want to use brown shelves though. Use mangrove? I really like mangrove. Pale oak would feel weird. I could just use slabs. See, signs would make more sense with the campfires. What do I do? Do I use oak? Do I use oak? Well, I guess we're gonna test. We're gonna test what oak looks like. What else? I'll grab some mangrove. If I have any in here, do I? I'll grab pale oak, because I already have that. And let's grab these chains. I want some type of... Anyway, sorry, sidetrack. I just wanted to finish my sentence, and I know I am gonna do a tour video, and I know that video is gonna be difficult because I'm gonna have to go through everything, and I'm just gonna start recounting like any memory that I have associated with the builds and all the lessons I've learned. It's gonna be a moment. Do I use bamboo? I feel like I like the idea of using bamboo. My brain's going through all the block choices of what I want to do for like a light post. What would be something that I would really like? I need a wall, a fence, a trap door. They need to not connect. I could go with Vex trim. That would be an armor, or an armor piece. Maybe I use birch? Oh yeah, what if I just use birch? It's a birch forest. We have loads of birch leaves. I can use the fences. Just ask for something. Really like... We have a bunch of fences already. Back, what did I miss? We're done with the path. I've removed what is called the clothes rack, which was my scaffolding I was using to put in a tree, but I decided to nix the tree because I actually really like the view that it gives. But I want to see what I want benches to look like, because I want to put in benches. I want to think of a lighting post. Oh, you know what? I need to change my lighting in my room. Changed my lighting to be more moody because it's dark outside. You change subjects into incomplete sentences. That is also true. I do that. Removed the coat rack. And he mildly changed voices too. Yeah, there is flexibility in the way that I talk. It's kind of strange, but is how I talk. Tacos are just crunchy, disappointing sandwiches. Sorry. Benches. I want to figure out what type of bench I want to do. I am also thinking of lighting posts. So I'm thinking of using birch. I'm questioning whether or not I use endstone. I kind of want to use endstone. Even though it's a really weird, therefore hot dogs are crunchy, disappointing sandwiches. Wouldn't they be uncrunchy, satisfying sandwiches? Or would they be uncrunchy, disappointing tacos? Because hot dogs aren't crunchy. And they kind of are a sandwich in a way. Are they crunchy though? If it's crunchy, something's wrong with your hot dog. Yeah, I would agree. It's probably got a lot of char. I love it when you read halfway through another sentence. It's a thing. It's a thing you'll learn. My brain works a lot faster than the words coming out of my mouth. So like I'll read one sentence but it will fuse with another sentence because my brain has already read the entirety of the sentence. My brain. Yup. It's just they blend. Brain go zoom zoom. Lips go. Lips no go zoom zoom. Yeah. It was something that I remember in school a teacher had asked, and she was like, so when you're writing, does it feel like your thoughts are going like so fast that you can't keep up with it? Like, because, okay, my handwriting was always super sloppy, and it was just a piece of it was I was trying to keep up with my thoughts because they just happen and disappear so quickly. And so the way I would write it was just part of the reason it was chicken scratch was one, I had sloppy handwriting and I never really practiced. I had to learn to type fast for that reason. Exactly. Like, that's why I prefer typing, because my brain goes so fast, I literally can't keep up with writing every single letter. At least with typing a key, it's just so much faster to press one key and it immediately registers as being a letter, and even if like half the words I type are wrong, I know what I mean. So when writing things, it's very helpful because I can brain dump, and although I still can't keep up with my thoughts when typing, but that's a me issue. I type like no one's business. Well, I have pen pals to help me slow down mentally. Yeah, I definitely have to have people in my life to help me slow down with my brain. I have to pare back because I don't realize how much effort something is going to take. I don't think they're supposed to disappear. The same with typing, except I edit a sentence multiple times before I finish typing it. When I brain dump, I definitely avoid editing as much as possible, which I know that's technically what you're supposed to do, because, oh, I went to put the planks in the wood cutter. Sorry, not the wood cutter, the stone cutter, as if it was going to be a wood cutter. I may or may not have watched Baby Unicorn in a mod pack, and she has a woodcutter. And my brain just immediately is like, yes, woodcutter. Even though it's definitely not a woodcutter. It is not a woodcutter. It is not going to help me. Or just like the Roadrunner from Wile E. Coyote. It goes beep beep and it's gone. Yes, exactly. So that's why my writing's been so sloppy for so long. I have gotten better about it. If my fingers could type as fast as my brain, I'd still only type about 45 words a minute. Oh my goodness. If I could type as fast as my brain, it would be wild. Part of it is because I think in concepts and not words a lot of the time. That is a serious struggle. In Minecraft, there's a stone cutter, but it explodes if you try to cut wood with it. Yeah, kind of unfortunate. I wrote about 500 words every 30 minutes. No way, I just realized that technically that's not as much as I thought it was. My brain is now catching up to how much that actually is. Never mind. I mean, congrats? I don't know what to say. Okay, I was considering using these bone blocks as the base. But I think I don't want to use them as the base. I think I want to use something else. Like sandstone? Smooth sandstone? We just use sand. We do have a lot of smooth sandstone. Is it gonna be weird to have end stone, or we're committing? We're committing. We're committing. I already made all those blocks into walls. We're doing it. Unapologetically committing to it. It is actually really cool peeking over this hill and just seeing like these little dainty houses. 50 words every 3 minutes. Oh yeah, that's not bad. I'd imagine that's faster than me. But yeah, good gracious, I would need to be really good at typing if I needed to keep up with. Oh, I never grabbed the leaves. Ah, it's fine. We'll be okay. It's not the end of the world. It is simply my brain's frustration. And it can handle that. Frustration is not uncommon. It will survive. I think... I want to put benches down, and I don't want them to blend in, but I don't know what color to use. Like, I feel like red just makes sense. We're using mangrove. Probably the first time ever that I've sounded disappointed in the fact that I'm using mangrove. I think I would prefer the slabs. I think I want the slabs. I want the slabs. I'm not campfires. I'll keep the campfires on hand, but I'm gonna drop a few things off. And I do think I'm gonna, well, could I use trapdoors? Would trapdoors look good? Yeah, I actually really like that. I like how ornate they look. Because it reminds me of almost those wrought iron benches. I know that doesn't look like wrought iron, but if I put a bench, there's no real good place to put a bench. I mean, there's a good place to put like a bench here, but this is a diagonal. So maybe... Well, that would be a 1 wide bench. I think I want this to be a 3 wide bench. I will have to pay attention to where I want benches. I definitely want one in the middle. I don't really know what else to put in the middle. I was gonna put a fountain, but I felt like it would have taken up too much space in the middle. I still like the idea. I don't know if it's gonna take too much space. And also, like, I want you to be able to see this design. I want this to be like a very central thing that you like, that has significance. Like, this is important. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Like, even the red bricks, they blend in so much. Even though they're supposed to be like a slightly contrasting element. I'm obsessing over details that I don't need to be obsessing over. It's okay. We're learning lessons here, and lessons are even more valuable. Doing everything perfect doesn't teach you much unless you've made mistakes along the way. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so no campfires. I want mangrove slabs. What do you need more of? Also, I 100% think hanging signs would be absolutely beautiful on the backside of this, because it would look like... I think it would give the impression that there's a bar running across the top. Kind of like how sometimes the not the hand railings, but like the part that you put your arm down on, the armrest, where the armrest kind of like curves up and goes behind your back, kind of gives that impression, and then the panel, like the part that you would lean back against. I like that idea, but I am also trying to keep entities down as much as possible. It's just kind of the way that my brain is. I'm like, if I can keep it to a really low number, it's great. Well, I better get ready for bed. Have a nice night, everyone. Night, Millie. Bye. It's been really nice to have you around. Even though I'm streaming longer, I'd imagine that... I don't know, maybe I do just stream a little longer. I think... Yeah, night, Millie. I think what I might do... Dibberdormer! Dibberdormer, Forderdonner, Gordon Tonner, Zip the Flounder, Odendorfen. That is the horse's name. In Minecraft. What's it doing? A great way to distract me. Hooray! Success! Oh, leaves, 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 leaves! That's what I always forget. We don't have as many birch leaves as I thought we would. And I think... Oh, do I? Why stick with birch leaves? It makes sense. My brain is in problem solving mode. I like azalea leaves. I love azalea leaves. I love using them. They add a pop of color. I want to use them. I think I'd be overusing them if I use them in the pathways. I love mangrove leaves. I don't think they fit in the theme that we have. Not that they would look bad. They would look fine. But I like using them in like super damp circumstances or things that are supposed to feel like warm and cozy. I think birch leaves are going to be my friend here. I only grabbed 3 stacks, but I might not go through them all. Do I use iron bars? Or copper bars? Because I was thinking about the fencing. I could just use birch again. I think there's just a lot of like warm, cozy, sunny, open plains. I'd really love to use some like dry grass. I don't know if I have enough bone meal to do that. That was something I was like, oh, I need loads of dry grass. I could do dry grass patches. I am getting sidetracked. Benches. We finish the benches, and then we'll start doing something. I think I want to put a bench here. Just one, you know, all the places that feel like they really need a bench. Ooh, I just realized I could have used those leaves because I use that for duckweed on these ponds. So I can grab those at some point. I think I'm gonna put a bench here. No, I'm not gonna put a bench there. I also want to put some benches by... Should we put a red bench here? I feel like it would actually kind of fit. Feels like the personality of this house, you know. They got a greenhouse, but they have that one red bench. That one red bench that they're like, they really like. It needs to be a block over. If you add shelves behind the bench and the chairs that up 1 block, they look like they have high backs on the chairs. I do remember that. It's not the thing I'm going for. I actually think this one needs to have a back though. Wow, does that look like a sofa? Okay, no. Okay, no. We're not gonna put a bench there, never mind. I don't want it to look like somebody has their couch outside. I mean, it could look like patio furniture, but I would need to do more details for that. You add shelves. Oh yeah, I already read that. Can I make this symmetrical? I think I will try. It doesn't look bad. Doesn't feel like it fits though. Like that feels like it kind of fits better. A 3 wide bench. This would be like somebody waiting for somebody. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so this shelf is in line with this first slab. Did you ever watch King of Queens? No, I don't think so. This should be here. No, I'm like, there's so many movies I haven't seen, and even if I have seen them, I probably won't get references because my memory is interesting to say the least. I don't retain a lot of movie stuff. Like when Skiz makes movie references, I just don't know how he does it. And I know part of it, he's like, it's just the way my brain works, man. I hear like a quote from a movie and it's there forever. And I'm like, not me. It's a series. I thought that show was outlawed with Kevin James. I really don't think I've probably seen it. I doubt it. I feel like maybe there would be a bench over here. It feels, I mean, it's not attached to the path per se, but I think it's fitting to put a bench here. Both from the, it looks so out of place. Okay, let's do this, and let's put a footpath that kind of looks like somebody walks to this bench sometimes. That's so funny. It looks so out of place. I think I want to put a bench over here. Again, I feel like it might be good to put it like here. Even though it might feel a little weird, then I can go put kind of a footpath here. So many blocks in my inventory. No, I don't want the seats. Well, never mind then. The benches remind me of something that happened in this series, but the reference would be lost. So, yeah. Benches, water fountains, and trash cans can make a city much more walkable. Yeah. City or Green Bay could take notes. Yeah. I'm liking this. So I was gonna put a dock here, but there's gonna be a bench here instead. This is gonna be the fishing bench. That's it. I do kind of want to put trash cans, because that would make sense, having trash cans. But I don't know. Because would that make sense? I mean, it does feel more relatable and tangible, feels more real. Solar punk, so, you know, would the theory kind of be like, at this point, they've thought of ways to make less wasteful packaging and whatnot that are mostly compostable, but that still is technically trash, because even if it's compostable, does this have a view? I mean, it's of view. Oh, I love this view though. Okay, we're putting a bench here. Zero waste city, no garbage cans, only recycling bins. That's also true. like just modes of recycling. So would I make them green? Because then it would send the signal that it's like it's supposed to be green. Okay. I really like the placement of this bench. The only better placement I could have is putting it one of. And this would technically fit it within this section of the path, which makes it look like it's custom. Custom fit. I love that view. Oh. I really love this view. Look at that. You get like the nice hill, and then you have the skyscraper in the middle, but then you have like the benches surrounding the giant nether portal, and you have like the little house on either side. Oh man. I want to make something that makes me feel this way more often. Like just kind of like the little reveals of little details that you're like, oh, I didn't expect that to be there. I was thinking more like having a couple stations that have multiple bins for proper separation of waste. Ah, that's a really nice view. I really love it. I also really love this view. I don't have enough shelves. Do we make it a chair? This one's just a chair. This one's just a chair. Why is it a chair? Because I didn't have more materials. That's why it's a chair. Does that look weird? It does look weird. It does look weird. Sitting for one. Okay, I'm not gonna, it's not gonna be a chair. It's funny. It's not gonna be a chair. It's gonna be a bench. Where the lonely go to watch the sunset. That is so sad. We'll get... Okay, now we're making that trip because I didn't realize how many slabs and shelves I was gonna go through. I didn't realize I actually had that many benches to place. I thought I only had a few things to place down. And I didn't. I had way more. Oh man, I'm gonna be up so late doing dishes, but it's gonna be well worth it because one, we made a good amount of progress on this path, and that makes me really happy because I truthfully did not think I had the energy to finish the path or do more stuff with the path, and I wasn't wanting to stream, but I was also like, I didn't stream last week and I really wanted to, but I just didn't and couldn't. Yesterday I got up too late. By the time I was gonna stream, I was like, it's too late to stream now. And then today, it was more of like, I know I should stream, and I have the time to do it. I was like, but I don't know. I'm glad I did. We got to talk about fun things, we got to talk about books, we got to talk about food. The fact that I am uncultured. Coming up to 5 hours. Yes, sorry. Yes, we are. I don't know if I'll be able to make it the full 6 hours, mostly because I know I absolutely have to eat. I made dinner and I have to put it away too. Yeah, I need to make sure that I actually eat. Actually, it reminds me, I have coffee in front of me. I should also drink that too. which, absolutely amazing. I can have coffee. I mean, it's been a while that I've been able to do that. I feel like it's easier to get up. As arduous as it's been to go through these changes, at least for this very moment in time, I'm feeling a little more optimistic about this change working out. And hopefully making things not... Oh, you know what I just realized though? There actually is another change that has to be done. The purple in the night sky is so pretty. Yeah, I got random auroras for every night. Usually it's set up where it happens sometimes in the snowy biomes, but I set it up so it happens every day in every biome. And the color of the aurora can be different, and the lighting, it like tinges the ground a little bit. So if it's like purple in the sky, every block will have like the slightest purpley tinge. And some of the versions have like different gradients and whatnot, which is also super cool. I've shared my settings with a few people. How did you do that? It is... I like how I just made you like the most enthusiastic person on the planet with that message. I I am. Yeah, I did that, so I'm using complementary shaders, but I'm using a mod Euphoria patches. I think technically it is part of complementary shaders, the auroras. So you can change them in the settings. I want to say pretty much all shaders have settings that you can like play around with. So you never really know what you can toggle on and off until you've like kind of messed around in the settings. Complementary shaders has a lot of different options, and it's really nice. Can we put a bench here? I know it's kind of a weird place because it doesn't like... Look, it's like this super cool cove. Okay, I keep calling it a cove. It's not a cove. We're putting this here because it gives us a double view. We have this view over here, which is amazing and I love it, and this view over here of the terraced area, which I also love. I can't wait until I can run shaders. Gotcha, I will see. Yeah. But Euphoria patches, I don't think it's a Euphoria patches specific thing. However, Euphoria patches does also add a lot. You'll probably, if you see the mod page, they'll show you a lot of things, but those things, not all of them are turned on by default. It's also why I tend to, when sometimes I'll say how cool something looks, and then one of the crafters is like, oh, like, I want to see what you're seeing. I'm like, okay. And so I think I send them like the settings that I use, and then they're like, whoa, because, well, one is my settings are a little intense. But like, I know a lot of people will disable the god rays, which is fair. I really love the god rays, mostly because of when it gets dark and low in the sky, it just tinges everything a really nice color. And sometimes like the god rays come through a window and those get colored, and it's just a really interesting effect that I love seeing. But I 100% get like turning off the god rays. I do not blame people for turning off the god rays because I know they can be really intense, especially if you're wanting something vanilla-ish. There's also like a whole bunch of wacky settings that you can mess with, which is super cool. But yes, complementary shaders, Euphoria patches, which is a mod, which adds settings, and I think that's it. Oh, I put a bench over here. Kind of want to. But then it would be a diagonal bench. I don't want a diagonal bench. Do we try a diagonal bench? No. No. Yes? Yes? Maybe? Triangular sitting area. To keep... I could make it triangular. Weirdly enough, I feel like making it square would make it better. I think it would be better if I used trapdoors to give it the impression that they're kind of like areas where like you sit here, but your legs can hit here. But at that point, I may as well just remove those two if I'm not going to use trapdoors. Do I have... I don't have planks in my inventory. Where did I put the planks? Oh, I put it in a different thing. Bench, bench at 90 degrees and little fountain in the middle. No, I'm not doing it. It's fine. It's okay. There doesn't have to be a bench there. Sorry, I got something else. Okay. I think I'm good with all the benches for now. If I think about doing another bench, I'll do that later. At this point, I want to test a few lighting options. Say not a few lighting options, just a lighting option. I want to see how this turns out. Street lamps could be cool. Yes, that is my plan. I'm doing street lamps. They are going to be sandstone, endstone, birch. Like, oh, I guess you'll see. So smooth sandstone, endstone, full Emmy length stream in 100 seconds. Would be kind of true. Then that there. I think, and I should be able to get up there. Boom, boom. Also, I have an idea. I can SS and send, screenshot and send you if something you're into your side of the mountain, so up to you, but an idea nonetheless. No problem. If there's an idea, then send it my way. I'm keeping it relatively simple at this point because I know that I only have so much energy left to work on this area. Do mini blocks that are light sources still cast light? No, I don't think so. This should be simple enough, but totally understandable if you don't want to do it. They do not, yeah. Mini blocks don't produce light. Actually, the reason I don't like it is it's too much. The fence is too much. Sorry, the wall is too much. It doesn't need the wall. Ooh, I have an idea. Idea. I need to go get birch though. I need to go grab a birch slab. No, wait, no, never mind. Ah, the slab won't work. I was gonna put a slab because it would still add depth. Do I do a slab? Could do a slab on the one side, and I could still do the depth thing. Did I just hear Blaze get... Yeah, it was... I had an idea for a slab that I thought was gonna look cool, but it wouldn't be in the right direction. Like, it wouldn't work the way that I had imagined in my brain. And also will take a check at the screenshot. Oh, ad time. Fishy. I see. Thinking. I'm thinking. I see the vision, but I am unsure because I kind of want lampposts, but that would probably be simpler than lampposts, and it would make sense for the area because this used to be a really large birch forest. This has me conflicted. I could do both. I could use the lampposts around this circle, which really wouldn't be that many. And then the log idea. Just things. I'm thinking. I'm imagining. This is what my brain does. I look at a view and I am like, my brain is imprinting that image. Oops, sorry, I smacked the mic. I'm like looking at it as if it is right in front of me, in front of the paths. I like both. I'm doing the log idea. I'm doing that idea. I'm changing the block palette because it will cut down on the time I'm putting into these lights. I'll still be using the lanterns. I think I will still use the sandstone. I want to swap... I will still use the fences. I won't use the walls. I don't think I will use the ladders or the rails. I don't mind the ladders and the rails. It's a good detail. However, for what I have in my brain, it doesn't need the ladders or the rails. I think it'll be too much visually. Maybe that's a better statement because of my idea. Sorry, the block palette that I want to use. Those there. Those will be for later. Those I don't need. This I do need. That I could use, but I don't know if I will use. I don't need the chains. I could use the oak shelves, potentially. I need birch logs. Lots of them. Which is good, because we have a ton of birch. And we have lanterns. Do I want to use the fences? I might remove the fences, though. I know, my brain is already modifying the idea a whole bunch. Oh, wrong set of fireworks. Yeet. Okay. So here's the idea. The idea is there's these logs that are like downed logs, right? Then some of them are stripped, but also some of them are smooth sandstone. Actually, I think it would make more sense that this is the stripped log. This is the stripped log. This is a normal log. This is a sandstone. So it's been bleached. In theory, what about geothermal light poles, copper trapdoors, and regular doors that have lava, flowing lava? I'm just kidding. Oh boy. I don't like the sandstone. It's too pale. Quartzite, in theory. Yes? And then we just put a lantern? Is this dumb? Is this gonna look dumb? Let me do this for a second so you can see the lighting that I'm working with. And we put this here, strip that log, and then we put that there. Weirdly enough, are you doing custom trees? I'm not. But these are logs. It's 500 years. Hominids will believe you to be a rant or a ditto. I don't understand that reference, but that is okay. Boom. this here. I think we do that there. I think what the problem is, I actually need this to be here, because even though this is darker, this is slightly darker than this, like the lightest portion of this, so this actually feels like it makes more sense in progression of like degradation. Oh, I didn't realize that would happen. Ah, here we are. Look at all this darkness in here. I think what I'm gonna do this in the corners. We're gonna do fences here. And I still have trapdoors. And I think I have a solution to the light path. I think I'm gonna do this. Good. Which I know looks silly, but I think might look cool. Or at least okay. This is where I kind of wish I had a slab. This doesn't look cool. Or the light block under an iron or copper trapdoor that will look like a drain. Oh. Okay. I think the problem with putting these in the corner here is now this doesn't look round anymore. Okay, I'm gonna turn age off because what's even more important is how well lit this is. Like, it's okay. Do we just do walls? What if we just do fences all the way down? It doesn't have to have a block at the bottom. It can just look like lighting. That actually isn't bad. That's better. Okay. Do I have... I can make planks with birch. I'm actually going to let it stay nighttime because I want to be able to see all the dark areas. I know, dangerous. This is danger. Going to put these over here. What about clay pots? That might look good as the base and the light pole. I think I might have to make the light pole taller. I think that's why the block didn't look right at the bottom. Like, it had such a sturdy base for something that just didn't need to be reinforced at all. Or just stick a lantern on a fence post. I didn't like that it was blocking the... I didn't like it was blocking the view of the bottom portion of the nether portal. Because the bottom portion of the nether portal is where all the colors are, which I guess the bushes kind of also do obscure it, but... If I do leaves, I would still be able to see the base. Oh wait, don't they not? They don't go on leaves. And I don't think I can place them adjacent. So they would have to be hovering above. And I put the chains away. Okay, we're sticking with the fences for now. Torches pistoned into large pots. I don't know if I can do that. Also, if I use these logs, this would reduce the amount of leaves I would have to use. And it does kind of also infer, not infer, but this would imply that the area used to be a birch forest, so I kind of do like that idea. Because it was a birch forest. Okay, I'm gonna turn H on for lighting, because I do want to see... I do want to see the dark areas. What's the darkest? What feels like it needs light? Am I putting too much light around? I need to make it a little bit more sparse. It could be that it feels like too much because I have the numbers on. Yeah, that's why. The numbers are just so bright that it can get really aggressive looking. I'll come back around and fix these. Like texture them a little bit. Ah, there's a torch here. I don't want this torch here. I want this to be a lantern. Did that? Yeah, that kept everything good. Be so quiet. Even though... Gosh. It scared me so bad. That isn't supposed to be on. But that's part of why it scared me, because I'm like, that's not supposed to be on! Oh. Genuinely scared me. There are some torches still around that I need to fix. I think my brain is feeling it again. I think my brain is sensing that I'm reaching the end of just my ability to continue pushing. haven't been scared since the retirement of the Star House. I don't know what that is. You should eat. That's also true. Arena's also probably like food. This doesn't have to be done today. I don't need to keep myself up just because it's not finished. Get finished, own time, and it's okay. Okay. It's 5:20. I know I should eat, and once I eat, I should do dishes. So I'm gonna end it here because we got more done than I thought I would get done. Some people's hustle cars, some people's hustle cars. Have you ever heard of the man who hustles stars? Thank you, and have set the Aurora Orioles for every night. Awesome. You might have to change it for every biome, but you'll find out when it's nighttime. Because if it's every night, then you'll find out if you need to do that. But I'm glad I could help with that, because that's super fun. But anywho, I want to thank you very much for being here. Yes, we must now go do self-care, both you and I. So, accountability, buddies. I'm not gonna raid out to somebody because take care of yourself. That is today's thing. If you haven't already, because I need to do that. So thank you very much. We got a load done. I'm still uncertain about the logs. Like, I like the idea, but my brain is struggling with it. I still kind of want to do the lampposts. But we did hit over 5 hours, and that was more than I was expecting to do on a day that I wasn't feeling so great. So anyway, night everyone, to whom it is nighttime. If you're watching this later as a VOD, have a lovely day, and my goodness, if you've made it to the end, thank you so much, because, well, it's almost 5.5 hours. And I hope to see you in next stream. I hope that to be soon, but if you don't see me in a stream, eventually there should be a video of a tour and the secret thing that I'm working on, that I have been working on since the beginning of the season, and hopefully I will have done by the end of the season. Thank you so much for watching. I hope to see you next time. See ya. Bye. I need to endings. Bye, YouTube. Oh, I'm so sorry that I missed so much heading to bed. Maybe that's because I live until UK and your shaders always feel more natural. Ironically, oh no, I'm so sorry that I missed all your messages. Oh, I'm so sorry, Luna. I didn't mean to miss all your messages. But thank you for being here. See ya. Bye.